Tuesday.
The Red Sox 33-14 at home this season, and I believe 33-0 when that guy is behind the stadium. It's Lackey and Schilling on Sunday Night Baseball. Angels and Red Sox after baseball tonight, which comes your way in about 90 seconds.
Those look like football pants he had on.
Well, looky here. Houston Street asked to protect a 3-2 lead in the ninth, and he could not do it. A two-run double by Lyle Overbay. And now the Blue Jays have taken the 5-3 lead and turned that over to B.J. Ryan. Roy Halladay, a no decision, denied his 14th win.
Nationals and Dodgers. L.A. trying to hold on and get a third straight win after dropping 8 in a row. Going for the sweep of the Nats. As you can see, Mark Hendrickson. Actually, Hendrickson lost his last 2 starts. He actually fell off the mound during this game.
That's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
Our top story, of course, Bobby Abreu heading to the Yankees, as well as pitcher Corey Lytle. It's a 6-player deal. The Yanks will pick up all of Abreu's money for this year and $15 million for next year. And the Phillies purging cash, the Yanks adding their bats.
As we get closer to the trade deadline, teams are looking for a bat that can help them to a World Series title like the Yankees did with the Abreu trade. That brings us to our closing number in 97. Mark McGwire hit 24 home runs in 51 games for the Cardinals after being dealt from Oakland. It's the most by a player who changed teams during the season with a minimum of 50 games played before the deal. And lots more to come, I'm sure, before tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
You know it. In fact, the Baseball Tonight guys are standing by. Carl Ravitch, John Kruk, and Steve Phillips. All the latest trade dish. For Stan Barrett, I'm Scott Reese. Thanks for watching.
Thanks.
Coming up at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, it's Sunday Night Baseball from fabled Fenway Park. Tonight, All-Star Vladimir Guerrero leads the Angels up against the Red Sox and Red Hot sluggers David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. First pitch after Baseball Tonight.
Welcome to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts, all abuzz as they get set for the hometown team to take on the Angels, and much discussion about the trade deadline and, of course, what those Yankees did. We go out of the box, and it's focusing on the trade deadline. Bobby Abreu, the Philadelphia Philly, is no longer a Philly, and the not-so-subtle reference to the clean-shaven Yankee organization he's now going to as the Yankees trade for Abreu. And pitcher Corey Lytle, after the game, he came out and said goodbye to the Philadelphia Philly fans. During the game, Abreu was on the bench. After he was supposed to start, he got yanked out of the lineup and did watch Chase Utley extend his hitting streak to 30 games. Utley involved in a doubleheader, the Mets and the Braves. And this is a big, big game for Atlanta, trying to avoid being swept. Willie Ibar, the man who was playing third base in the lineup for Chipper Jones, a huge game in his debut. He had 4 hits and went 4 for 6. In Cooperstown, the lone plaque goes to Bruce Sutter. He and 17 pre-Negro Leaguers as well as Negro Leaguers all inducted under the blue skies at Cooperstown. And you see Ossie and Johnny Bench there with the Bruce Sutter mock beards. We'll talk more about the guys that are pitching now who may eventually end up in Cooperstown. This was not a Hall of Fame performance. A giant problem in Pittsburgh. It rained, and they just got the tarp out there in a position that didn't cover home plate or first base. It was a disaster, but a disaster averted, and we'll let you know how the Pirates made out in that game. The sun eventually shined. Steve Phillips is here. John Kruk. We're going to hear from Brian Cashman as well as Larry Boa on this show. Hopefully it won't go like it did in Pittsburgh for the grounds crew. So Bobby Abreu is a New York Yankee. This was one of those deals that started to be rumored and then took on a life of its own on Saturday. Sunday, it becomes official. He goes to the Yankees along with Corey Lytle to help round out that starting rotation. They did not give up Phillip Hughes. They did not give up their other great prospects. Instead, Jesus Sanchez and 3 other minor league prospects go to Philadelphia. There's a no-trade clause that was waived as the Phillies gave him $1.5 million, and Abreu now has an option for the next year after next, which he'll get paid some $16 million to play for the New York Yankees. As far as the principals involved, pretty good deal from all sides, including the Phillies, believe it or not.
Played with those guys, you know, Jeter, A-Rod, you know, John Bell, those guys, it's going to make me feel good. And also, and I mean, the support I think those guys are going to give to me is going to be outstanding.
I've been very impressed with the way Bobby Abreu plays his game for a long time. I mean, even, you know, watching him on television, spring training, we see them a lot. I mean, he's a good fit for us right now at a position that we were, you know, trying to find a day-to-day solution. We're pleased to have Bobby because we know he's an established player and, you know, he's a regular. I mean, he was in the middle of that lineup, righty, lefty, it didn't really matter, and he's a force as far as I'm concerned.
The general manager of the Yankees is Brian Cashman, who's been involved in a number of big deals since he's been in this position. This, of course, the latest one. And, Brian, it seems like Abreu, as agents said, the Mets, the Angels, they were also teams, the Red Sox, that they would have allowed Bobby to go to, and yet he ends up with the Yankees. So what allowed the Yankees to get Abreu versus the other teams?
I don't know if, you know, where the other teams were in any potential discussions, to be honest. I have no idea if there was anybody else. But you know, we engaged Philadelphia. You know, there was a willingness on our part, obviously, to absorb the contract, you know, if the right players were involved. And, you know, obviously that's where the motivation, I'm sure, came on their end, too. So, you know, I think it's something that can work for both ends, you know, as we both satisfy, you know, our needs at this point in time.
You're taking on millions of dollars in salary. What is the decision-making process by which you have to say to your owner, George, this is what we believe Bobby is worth, millions, and what he can do for us? So how does that talk go with George?
Yeah, I've talked to the boss, you know, so many times, and keep him. You know, I've kept him abreast of every discussion we've had. It seems like all summer, and so this wasn't, you know, a one-time conversation. We've talked a lot, especially in the last week now, that you know that there's a potential something here would work for both sides, and you know, it just comes down to the, you know, the potential impact to him now and going forward, and obviously money's a big issue, and we talked about that. But he responded and gave his blessing. We pushed obviously our chips in the middle of the table to try to stay in and be a contender the rest of the way on this thing. But we're in a fight, and we want to keep fighting for it. And the boss's willingness to allow this to happen is going to allow us, we hope, to stay all the way to the end and to, you know, to be worthy of fighting for it.
You mentioned the injuries, Sheffield, Matsui. What consideration do you give to how they'll react, one or both, to acquiring a guy like Abreu, who clearly plays in the position that at least Sheffield has regularly played in?
Well, you know, both players came here to try to win a championship and be a part of one. And I've approached this trading deadline. You know, I've said for 2 months, people have asked me, you know, you know, as I approach the deadline, am I going to approach it with the expectation that they'll be back, and the doctors say that there is time for them to be back, but the time is so short that I can't, you know, I can't just wait for that. And so we've approached it with not counting on them, but at the same time knowing that it's certainly possible that they'll be back here by September 1 range and for the stretch drive. But it's such a small sample of games left that, you know, in fairness to our team that's fought so hard to maintain where we are right now, you know, if something made enough sense for us, you know, I felt obligated on their part and our fan base's part to try to you know, fortify us as we go forward.
Good luck with the acquisitions, and Brian, thank you very much for joining us here on Baseball Tonight.
Thanks, Carl. Take care.
The other teams were involved. They just weren't going to absorb the contract that the Yankees can. Is this a good deal?
Oh, this is a huge deal right now. This is a huge deal for the New York Yankees right now. I mean, not only for what they got, but for what they didn't have to give up. I mean, they didn't give up any of their top prospects. They didn't give up anything off their major league team. They did it just by giving up a mid-level prospect, 4 mid-level prospects in this deal, and they took on the money. And you look what Bobby Abreu does to this lineup. It gives it length and depth. And look, you got a guy who's a 300 career batting average, 400 on base percentage, 500 slugging percentage. The numbers are down a little bit now, but he's a run producer. He drives them in and he scores runs. A major factor. But for me, the other thing that I think goes a little unnoticed, Corey Lytle's a major acquisition for this New York Yankee team. I mean, you look at what he does to the starting rotation. The top guys in this rotation, you talk about Johnson, Mussina, Wang, and Wright. The other five, the fifth starters, Sean Chacon, Aaron Small, Chris Wilson, Sidney Ponson, 17 games started. 9 times in those 17 games, they've gone less than 5 innings. Corey Lytle's only done that once so far this year. He's predictable. He's a battler. He's a gamer. He's a guy that I think is critical to the Yankees' success this year. This is a huge, huge win for the New York Yankees.
Big win. It may be a big loss for Gary Sheffield, who sort of left without having a comment. But this lineup is 27 Yankees again, if in fact they're all healthy. How do you line them up?
Carl, it's an all-star lineup, and Joe Torre has some experience putting all-star lineups together. But, you know, again, you're going to have to go with this thing with Johnny Damon leading off, Derek Jeter, the best second hitter in all of baseball, hitting second. You see Giambi, the DH, Alex Rodriguez third. Bobby Abreu's probably going to hit fifth in this lineup. I try to get Gary Sheffield to move to first base. If I'm the Yankees, I'm trying to say, Shef, if you want to win, we need you at first base. And then Matsui hitting seventh. Jorge Posada hitting eighth. Now, how'd you like to have a guy hitting eighth, hitting 280 with 12 homers and over 50 RBIs, and then Robinson Cano, when he comes back, hitting ninth. So basically, you're going to have 2 leadoff hitters in Cano and Damon. But I like the mix, and I like when Bobby Abreu hits fifth for this reason. If he gets on base, if he's hitting in the top of the order, if he gets on base, he can't steal bases with those guys, Giambi and A-Rod, because you don't want to take a chance on getting thrown out. You hit him lower in the lineup, fifth, and he can steal bases and create runs with his legs when the power isn't coming up. That's going to be a big key for the Yankees.
You like it?
See, I likely bat Abreu third in the lineup just because, you know, he's got .427 on base percentage. He's second in the league in pitches per plate appearance. I like to get him on base in front of the thumpers. Like, he can steal some bases, but stolen bases are less important than getting on in front of the guys who can hit out of the ballpark.
And he's going to get on base in front of Sheffield and Matsui. There's thumpers everywhere.
They are full of thumpers. All right, so Bobby Abreu, people might wonder what happened to all that power that he once had. Here's a guy who's got 8 home runs this year. He was the home run derby champion a few years ago. That's a little bit strange. What happened to all that power for Bobby Abreu?
Well, it's hard to say, really, and what ultimately happened to it, but it's going to come back at Yankee Stadium. You got short porch and right. I mean, I think it's going to come back with the lineup, and I think, you know, here's a guy that was rumored to be traded last offseason. He's a sensitive guy. I think it impacted his whole performance. I think he felt for the ball a little bit this year. They're going to get him back on track. I'm telling you, he'll end up with 20 home runs. I believe that in that ballpark. He's going to be a major force for that team. The other thing, he can throw from the outfield. He just upgraded their defense as well because of his throwing arm. Bernie Williams can't throw. He's played some right field. He throws better than Crosby and then and Melky Cabrera as well. A huge addition to this team.
I think what this does, Carl, is it makes Bobby Abreu a better player for one reason, is because now there's no pressure, there's no expectations. Not saying he can't handle the pressure, but he was in that Phillies lineup for one reason, and that was to carry that team offensively. Now, this year he finally got some help from Chase Utley and Ryan Howard, but he's basically, with Pat Burrell, has been the Lone Ranger power-wise, right. And now he goes to a team where all he has to do is fit in and do what he does, and that's get on base and score runs, steal bases, and hit some home runs when he has to. But I think this is the best thing that can happen to Bobby Abreu's career is going to the Yankees.
Right, it's like when you say you're better off when Phillips is on the show because he makes you look so much better. These guys are going to help make Bobby Abreu
like that.
looks so much better.
I don't recall that conversation.
How about Gary Sheffield in all this? Because he's clearly a guy who knows his contract will not be renewed, very likely, unless he can convince these guys either I can play another position or he comes back at the end of September and puts up huge numbers.
Well, that's the thing. If they can get Gary Sheffield and say, look, Shef, you came here for one reason, was to win. The best chances we have of winning is you learning how to play first base so Giambi can DH. Because you have to remember, when Sheffield came up, he came up as a corner infielder, third baseman.
Yep.
It shouldn't be that tough of an adjustment for him. And I think he's athletic enough and a good enough defender as far as defense goes that he can move to first base. But you have to convince him of doing that, and it's all for the team and about winning. And he might say, wait a second now, I'm an outfielder, I've been an all-star, and I've been an MVP candidate. I don't know if I want to move.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an issue. I mean, they're going to have to really manage this one because Gary Sheffield's one of those guys who says, me move? You move for me. I'm Gary Sheffield. And I think he's going to look at it and say, they just signed, extended this guy, got Abreu who's going to make $16 million. That's my money. I think this is an issue they're going to have to really manage because Sheffield's going to be upset. But he's also going to play, and I think they need to make sure they make him comfortable, and I think he's got to play the outfield. I think ultimately, you're going to have an issue there because, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be happy DHing, so I think it's going to be a big problem.
But if Matsui and Sheffield and Damon and Abreu are all out there, you got to believe that one of them is going to be looking for a rest or hurt. They haven't been the healthiest group that we've seen in a
It's
long
an issue. I mean, somebody's going to have to DH most likely, which means Giambi's going to end up having to play for.
And you know what? I think Joe Torre can convince all 4 of those guys who are outfielders that, you know, you're going to DH one day, you're going to play one day, and just mix and match that way and make them all happy. But all 4 of them are going to be in a lineup.
Yeah, you can see the boss saying, Joe, you deal with that. We've got you. Now you deal with that.
Yeah.
Having to deal with some power loss. I mean, here he is at the All-Star break in 05. Bobby Abreu had 18 home runs. Since the All-Star break, not in 06, but 05, he only has 14 home runs. Still, the feeling in New York through Philadelphia is this guy's going to be able to help. Larry Bowa is the third base coach of the New York Yankees and, of course, was the manager of the Phillies and had Abreu and Lytle on the team. So I assume the Yankees asked you about these 2 guys. What did you tell them that allowed them to say, okay, this is also a go from Bowa's perspective?
Well, Rob, I think the biggest thing is the perception of Abreu. A lot of people think that he's really laid back and doesn't give 100%, and that's really the farthest thing from the truth. This guy goes out and plays hard. He played every day for me. And all I can do is relate my stories from when I managed there. For 4 years, Bobby Abreu played as well as anybody on our team. So that's really all I can do. I know he's changing leagues, and that's probably going to be a little adjustment. But I'm sure he's excited, and he's going to get new life on a team that has hung in there all year with all these injuries, and now it seems like we're getting everybody back.
Easy to look at Abreu as the big key here, but I think from the Yankees' perspective, with the suspect pitching they've gotten, inconsistent, Lytle's a huge piece to this puzzle. Can he pitch under the lights at Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, I think he can, Rob. You know, he's the guy that's a 4 or 5 starter, but he's got a good sinker ball. Keeps you in the ball game. He doesn't really go deep into a game, but he gives you 6 or 7 innings, which is really all we're really looking for right now, because Mussina and Wong have really stepped it up for us, and they've taken us deep into games. So I agree with you. I think that Lytle's just as important as Bobby Abreu right now, and you never have enough pitching, but it should be a pretty interesting lineup. Cano's been working out, and he's close to coming back, and Matsui's been working out down in Tampa. Sheffield goes to a doctor tomorrow to find out if he can go full bore. So we're getting a lot of pieces of a puzzle back.
Lastly, Bowa, the Phillies gave him $1.5 million to buy out his no-trade clause. So how much of that money goes to you so he can have his number off your back?
Well, you know what, Ned? Now that you mention that, I think I'm going to have to call Bobby and do a little negotiating, because everyone said he wanted 53. So right now it's in my hands, Raph. So if you see me change tomorrow, Tuesday night, you'll know we've made a deal.
You'll know it was a win-win. Larry, thanks again and enjoy it. We appreciate it.
Okay, Raph.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's check out on what the Yankees actually did on the field when all this good news was coming in. Mike Mussina's 14-5 in his career against the Devil Rays, and if you're going to chase that, he's going to go to 15-5.
And that
too. Mussina walked off the mound. Alfonso Marquez says that was a foul ball. He didn't hear it out there in the mound. He certainly appears not to get anything on that ball.
Don't matter.
Well, it did a little bit. Perez singles to right. Jorge Cantu scores. That tied it up at 2. It may have worked against him because Mussina dialed it in after that. And Johnny Damon found the power plug. He went upper deck not once but twice. That gave him a 3-2 lead.
Wow. Way out, huh?
It's like Giambi all of a sudden. Damon coming out for the curtain call. The Yankees take the rubber match. They beat the Devil Rays by a score of 4-2. Mussina does improve to the 15 wins against his team, and he now joins Beckett with 13 wins in the American League, gives up the 2 earned runs in 7 innings. All in all, a very successful day for the Yankees. Due up here on Baseball Tonight, big-time games for both the Braves and the Tigers. In danger, I should say the Twins, of being swept by the Mets in Detroit. Season-making or breaking games, perhaps for both those. On the day Cooperstown calls, some surefire future Hall of Famers in action. Santana, Clemens, Halladay will review their games. The reviews are already in on Bruce Sutter. He's being enshrined, what this means to him, as well as how many other closers can start booking reservations for Cooperstown. The big balls, including some walk-off shots late on Sunday that changed the games, and the top 5 web gems are coming up.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Heineken. It's all about the beer. And DHL. Vote for your team's greatest with MLB Hometown Heroes. Text the letters DHL to 55222.
Chevy Impala SS with active fuel management, which means that a powerful 303 horsepower V8 also gets great highway mileage. Since Impala SS gives you 8 cylinders for power and 4 cylinders for better fuel economy. There's also the security of a 5-star frontal crash test rating. The Impala SS. It's a whole new animal. That's an American revolution.
Prepare to enter the atmosphere. Okay, we have parachute online. Just have a picture right now. Now, if there is life, the Dutch will find it. What is he doing? What is that?
Now we wait.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
Would the world look different if you had the eyes of Paul Rodriguez? And if you did, would this view of the world change you? Or would it change the world? X Games 12 starts Thursday, live at 9 on ESPN.
Bad news. It's open season on Chumps, and I just got my permit.
ESPN understands your fantasy side. We give you everything you need to heartlessly dominate your league. So play for free today.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight. Because of the rain in Michigan today, the IRL Firestone 400 was delayed. Coverage on ABC is continuing on the West Coast, and for those of you who'd like the latest update, we'll do that for you. Let's join ABC's coverage for that right now.
And Thomas Schechter. So here at Michigan International Speedway, let's get you up to speed as we go through the field. And Jack Arute, you're up first.
As we've said, Vitor Meira had an eventful March, but right now Vitor Meira has a very heavy heart. You see his fiancée Angelique just graduated from college in Brazil and is packing her bags and her belongings to join Vitor here in Indianapolis in the next couple of weeks. They were in Nashville together, but Vitor, with a wry smile today, said, if I win, it will make the reuniting that much better. The car that is in second and closing is Helio Castroneves. Castroneves, liking a higher line, had a little bit of understeer early in the race. They corrected it, however, with an air pressure adjustment. And right now, some fast pit stops have put Castroneves in contention for the lead. Let's go to Jamie Little.
Well, Jack, right behind Helio is another Brazilian, and Tony Kanaan running third right now. He started third. His car has come to him. They've made some adjustments on the car. But, hey, if anything taught us, if we learned anything from last week, we know this guy can hang it out till the end. Last week's winner, of course, Tony Kanaan running third.
Well, reigning series champion Dan Weldon qualified in ninth, but didn't stay there very long. On the very first green flag lap, he soared all the way to fourth spot, and eventually...
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Here we go with the Tigers and the Twins. Johan Santana on the mound, and it was not his best. Top five. I don't know that anybody has their best against this team. They'll make every pitcher look lousy. Maglio goes to left. That brings in Craig Monroe. They put a lot of pressure on pitching staffs.
Well, Santana left a lot of balls over the middle of the plate, and they ripped them down the left field line.
Jeremy Bonderman showing that it's okay to be young and good. He was really good here. He got Morneau. He gets Rave there, swinging to end the fifth as Raby goes down. Now bottom eight. Twins are down 3-zip, and Morneau trying to start something off Bonderman's glove. Guillen. Back throw to first. Morneau moves to second. The next batter is Jason Kubel. For the first time, a little kink in the armor as Chris Shelton would make the error. Tough play, Crucky, first baseman?
No, that's a play, Carl. You had plenty of time with Kubel running. You didn't have to rush it. You could have backed up and caught it on the big hop.
3-1, then a turf double down the line as Kubel scores on Redmond's extra base hit. It's a one-run game. Two batters later, men are at the corners. Jason Bartlett, fair or foul? Brandon Inge called fair, tried to tag Redmond, but he missed him. Everybody's safe. Close call that brought Leland out. He spent some time out there to
He'll be back.
He will return.
Yes, he will.
Castillo's the next batter, and a balk gets called on Bonderman, who doesn't understand it. But a good call.
Absolutely was a good call. Anytime you're on the rubber, you can't separate the glove from the hand, or the hand from the glove, and that's exactly what he did.
That's a balk, and the run tied the game up. Big break for the Twins. Castillo still battling, hit it on the ground. That would score Jason Tyner. The Twins had a 4-3 lead. 3 batters later, Michael Kadyr's been very solid, and he'll go to right center. You surprised that Bonderman's in through this whole thing?
Yeah, a little surprised this deep into the game, and obviously he's in some trouble out here. He was outstanding most of the day, but it got away from him in the 8th inning.
2-run triple. Bonderman frustrated at the call, at the balk, at the Gatorade. Twins won at 6-3. You understand that frustration. 6-4 is the final.
Lions are looking for a field goal kicker. There you go.
They may have found one. So Bonderman goes 7 2/3. This is a big win for Minnesota. They needed it.
It is a big win for Minnesota, but this is one that you know, when you look at this team matchup, I mean, the Tigers could have swept this for the weekend. This could have been really, really tough for the Twins, and a big comeback win from them and a learning experience for the Tigers. You know, one of the things we look at the Detroit Tigers, why they have the best record in baseball is because they've given up the least unearned runs in major leagues this year. Early in the game, the first inning, Luis Castillo lays down a bunt. Brandon Inge makes an error. Again, not common for the Tigers. They're a solid defensive team. But what they do when they do make mistakes, and this was a double error, as Megler Ordonez dropped the ball as well, allowing him to get the third. But when they make mistakes, the pitchers step up and get the job done. You see him go and get Nick Punto for the strikeout, and then the fly ball to center field by Joe Mauer. Brent Cleveland in center, they make the plays on defense. They throw him out at the plate. Castillo can fly. Outstanding job. That's why the Tigers have the best record in baseball. But in the 8th inning, we see things get away. As Guillen goes ranging far to his left, this is the ball he should have eaten. With a 3-run lead, you give him the out, you give him the run at first base. And Shelton here again, when you have a 3-run lead, knock that ball down, get it out, even if it means you give up a run. Again, uncommon for the Tigers for things to get away. You give too many outs to the opposing team, you're going to give up runs, and then a mental mistake by Jeremy Bonderman right there. He's signaling for the catcher to go through the signs. It gets away from him, he balks in the tying run. This is something you don't see common for the Tigers to do. It got away from them today, but not something typically you're going to see from baseball's best team.
Wins a game and a half now behind the wild card. Mets and the Braves, National League. The Mets going for the sweep in Atlanta. It's been a long time, 1979 since they've done that. And Delgado gets things off on the right foot, or right field anyway. 26 of the year, they're up 2-zip. Now 3-zip, they're still loaded. All Beltran does is hit grand slams. He's got 2 already in the month of July. Another one?
Still July.
Oh, give him 3. MVP maybe in the National League. Pujols is cooled. Why not?
Yeah, but him and David Wright are going to take votes from each other.
They might. Braves starters, 10 innings, 24 hits, 21 runs in the series. Now 7-3, not again. No. Wouldn't be again as Jason Shields strikes him out. But Beltran not done in the 5th, 8-6. No one on. Still no one on. He's circling the bases by himself.
He may not get MVP, but he's going to get Player of the Week. That's a lot of home runs this week.
Player of the month.
Yeah.
Beltran and the Mets go in, and how big a loss for the Braves? How big a sweep?
About 15 games out for the Atlanta Braves behind the Mets right now. I mean, I tell you what, they've got no chance of catching the Mets. The question is, can they get the wild card?
All right, first player since Devon White in May of 2001 to go 3 grand slams in a month. 4th player this year with consecutive multi-home run games, and the first since the great Gary Carter did it as a Met. The Mets' record for home runs by a center fielder, Mike Cameron, who had 30 in 2004. All right, Crucky, this is the continued emergence of Carlos Beltran, huh? Comfort.
I tell you what, Carl, this guy is just phenomenal. And the thing about it is, we know about the power because we've seen it this whole series. But what he did coming into this series was the Braves were on a roll. They were hot, and here comes everyone in the media around baseball saying, here come the Braves, don't count them out. Well, Carlos Beltran made it he took a personal disliking to the fact that the Braves were coming on their heels, and he decided to do something about it. 6 for 15, 4 homers, 12 RBIs in a 3-game series.
That's a lot.
That's basically saying to yourself, you know what? You guys aren't coming back. I mean, here come the Braves. They go out and they finally get a closer in Bob Wickman. They get Danny's Bias to shore up the middle relief, something that they haven't had, and think you're going to make a run. And then Mr. Beltran just says, you know what, go get anyone you want because I'm putting an end to this division right now with a statement. And that was a huge statement, going into Atlanta and sweeping them 3 games, and this guy getting 12 ribbies in 3 games.
And they made the same argument about how he's going to be comfortable in New York. Maybe Abreu with these other superstars surrounding him, but he has certainly become the stud on that team. We'll come back here, do up on baseball tonight. Chasing history, Chase Utley. His hit streak continued on Sunday. He's superstitious. He won't talk about it, but it certainly now will be all the fans in Philadelphia have to look forward to this year. First time, long time, the Stros actually gave Clemens runs. Unfortunately, it became a bullpen game, and that means usually the other team scores runs.
What was that?
Jim, it's your lunch.
You've had a hamburger 3 times this week. You're on a lunch rut. You need help. KFC's Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings. They're hot. They're different.
You're welcome.
Bust the blandness with Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings at KFC. Get 100% breast meat boneless wings dipped in our Fiery Buffalo sauce. Try 6 for $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue flavor. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
How do you measure a company? Do you look at where they've been? Do you look at what they've done? At Citgo, we're not resting on our past. We're looking forward to the future. Providing steady, secure access to the largest liquid reserves in the Western Hemisphere. Today and for generations to come.
I think I'm taking Larry Johnson first.
Wait, I win the Heisman. Not even go first in my own league? Oh, that's messed up.
Okay. With the first pick, I take our boy Reggie Bush.
Cool, I'll take LJ. Oh, LJ's ranked #1 all over ESPN. I can't believe you took me first. I was dumb.
Everything you need to dominate your fantasy league. Another way, mobile ESPN offers better features and content than your current phone service.
You like quality, real meat toppings, fresh dough, not frozen. You like fresh cut vegetables. I'm Papa John, and that's the way I like it too.
That's the way I like it. Call now or order at papajohns.com and we'll deliver.
Taste the difference. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Get our 10th birthday special. 2 medium 1-topping pizzas for just $10. Make them large for $5 more.
Did you know there's no such thing as Canadian bacon in Canada? Scotland Yard is located in England. And French toast was invented in New York. So you shouldn't be too surprised that all 3 of these big Toyota models are assembled right here in the United States. In Indiana, actually. Just in case you want to look smart at a party.
Get 0% APR or $2,000 cash on Tundra. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Way done now in Michigan, that rain-delayed IRL Firestone Indy 400. And for the latest coverage, we'll send you back there now and join ABC.
So here at Michigan International Speedway, this is getting just as interesting as it's been all afternoon and early evening. That battle right there that you saw, Carpenter, Andretti, and the lap vehicle of Scott Dixon. Those guys duking it out. Meanwhile, up front, Vitor Meira still leads Elio Castroneves. Rounding out the top 5, it's Dan Weldon, Thomas Scheckter, and Tony Kanaan.
You saw Danica Patrick running 11th. For those of you who are interested in watching the entire race, 12:15 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2.
Well, Marco's running great. He's got a fast car right now for
Goodyear Diamond Daily is brought to you by Goodyear's Silent Armor Technology, featuring a layer made with Kevlar.
All right, boys and girls, Diamond Daily. Manny Ramirez. Why would we pick Manny? Oh, that's decent. 8 for 15 against tonight's Angel starter, John Lackey. He's hitting .533 with 4 homers and 7 RBIs. Back here with the Marlins and the Phillies, and Chase Utley trying to extend his hitting streak to 30 games. I've heard you rave about players. You really like Utley, don't you?
He's my favorite to watch, Carl. He plays the game. Watch this play right here. Most guys think it's a routine out, jogging to first. He's standing up, running into second. He plays hard the whole time, and this is his team now.
He's hitting.
Ray Ugan, this is Chase Utley's squad.
Hitting streak to 30 games. Maybe it should be Mike Lieberthal's team.
Well, it will be for a few more months.
That's a grand slam off Anibal Sanchez. Only Lieberthal's second home run of the year. Phillies are up 5-2. Ryan Howard. You think Ryan Howard's going to have to get used to this type of behavior with Abreu gone? He was walked 5 times in this game.
Well, I think the 34 homers on the board is a lot of respect for that. But, yeah, I mean, they need a guy behind him, and Pat Burrell needs to step up.
And without Abreu on base in front of him, you say, why not walk him?
Right. In this case, you see that time the men were on second and third. Howard's 5th walk of the game, and again, Abreu traded to the Yankees, so he said goodbye, and indeed 53 and a clean shave coming up for Bobby. Diamondbacks and the Astros, Roger Clemens. I'd breathe like that, too, if I knew I had to throw a shutout. He's given up 2 earned or less in 23 of his last 27 starts. Heck, he's got a 2-1 lead. That's a lot of runs in the 4th inning for him.
He still got it, too, man. That split is unbelievable.
If this team falls out, is it any possibility that he gets traded?
Well, it would have to be by tomorrow at 4 o'clock, because not during the waiver period.
Eric Burns, just a shot, his 14th of the year, which ties this game up at 5. So Clemens had a win. Chad Qualls kicked it off, and Lidge on the ledge again in the 9th. Connor Jackson's 2-run home run. The Astros give up 6 runs in the last 2 innings. But Eric Munson pitch hits. Oh, Burnsy makes the running catch to save the game at that point.
He plays with energy, that's for sure.
How about the D-backs stunning the Astros? Clemens somewhere has got to be crying as they lose 7-6. That's just brutal. Giants and the Pirates, Felipe Alou, and team looking to avoid being swept in consecutive series. We'll go right to the bottom of the 10th. Jose Hernandez against Steve Klein. Hernandez lines it down in the left field line, and Wilson scores. Another game blown by the bullpen for the Giants. So the Pirates win it 2-1. We'll return, folks. Baseball tonight. Bruce Sutter gets in. Who's on the doorstep? Cardinals. Will Carpenter be a Hall of Famer?
Don't bounce all over the place looking for a deal. Just hit Motel6.com, the best place for the best rates. High score. Motel6.com. We'll leave the light on for you.
Susan.
Oh, hey.
Frank. I called you like a dozen times. What happened?
It's my cell. Service is unreliable. So.
Well, you better switch. Then we can reconnect.
Sure. Hey, thanks for hiding.
No problem.
Your wireless network makes all the difference.
You never would have believed me.
So choose America's most reliable, Verizon Wireless. It's the network.
This is Duralast, the battery built to exceed the need. Engineered with all the cranking power you need for extreme conditions. And for a limited time, get an AutoZone gift card with purchase. Only at AutoZone.
Growing up, the Boys and Girls Club was a safe place where I was taught important lessons, like being part of a team. Teammates learn to play together, work together, and stick together. Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs of America understand the importance for kids to have a safe place to learn and grow. Teamwork is what made us World Series champions.
And the White Sox have won the World Series.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Brian Deegan's got heart, the kind that gets on a 250-pound motorcycle and tries to make it fly, the kind that knows that only the desire to win can overcome the fear of consequence. X Games 12 starts Thursday live at 9 on ESPN.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
In Cooperstown on Sunday, the father of the split-fingered fastball, Bruce Sutter, inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I'm very thankful to have had the opportunity to play Major League Baseball with and against the greatest players in the world. Some days I was good, and some days I was bad, but I always remember what my dad taught me. The game's perfect, but the people that play the game are not. Well, on January 10th, I got the final call to the bullpen, and I want to again thank the baseball writers for this great honor. From now on, I will get introduced as Hall of Famer Bruce Sutter. It still doesn't sound right, but it is sounding better.
And the shoe certainly fits for him. Sutter, 17 pre-Negro Leaguers and Negro Leaguers inducted as well.
Negro League Baseball. All you needed was a bus
and we rode in some of the best buses money could buy. Yeah, and a couple of sets of uniforms. You could have 20 of the best athletes that ever lived. And that's who we are representing here today. It was outstanding.
And now what's significant is to get Buck O'Neil, the man we heard speaking there, into the Hall of Fame. Most career saves, Hall of Fame eligible, with Suter going in. And you wonder why Lee Smith isn't there yet. 478 saves, and a lot of other guys, including Goose Gossage on this list, who I got to believe at some point are going to get in and deserve to be in.
Absolutely, they should.
Let's go to the Cardinals and the Cubs, a couple of starters, and you wonder if these guys have Hall of Fame potential. Cubs seeking their first 4-game sweep of the Cards since '72. Zambrano and Carpenter on the hill. Jock Jones, Aramis Ramirez scores from first on the play. Cubs with an early 2-0 lead. Carpenter didn't have it. Is he a likely Hall of Famer when his career's said and done?
I'm not sure he gets there. He does have the Cy Young Award, but ERA over 4 so far in his career.
Cedeno's third home run of the season gave the Cubs a 3-0 lead. Later in the inning, one man out, man on second and third. Todd Walker, David Eckstein, usually reliable. That's not a great throw, and Blanco is safe. La Russa comes out to argue with Marvin Hudson on that call. One more look. Did Yadier Molina get him or no?
Looks like it.
Certainly does.
Looks like he got him on the right shoulder.
The run stands. Cubs takes a 4-0 lead. Aramis Ramirez brings in Zambrano. How about Zambrano? Is he going to be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done?
I tell you what, I would take him on my team any day. He's going to have to put up more numbers and play more years, but I think he's got a chance.
Won 9 straight perfect in the month of July. The Cubs sweep the Cardinals. Big loss for St. Louis. They're going to be raising some red flags in Red Bird country. Ronnie Belliard, though, might help. He also beats the deadline, as do the Cardinals, who seem to always make a move. And Ronnie Belliard will try to fill the shoes that Mark Grudzielanek has left vacant for a while. They've been looking for a second baseman. He's had some hamstring injuries. Luna goes back. Cincinnati and Milwaukee as the Reds and Brewers do battle. Kevin Mench, of course, he's dealt. He's going to hit cleanup for this team, and that's cleaning up.
It's a good way to start your career with the Brewers. They found a helmet to fit, too.
4-0 lead.
He just brought his one over from Texas,
He painted a little M on it. Go get him.
Ben Sheets, the junior, in the 9th. 21st of the season, 557th of his career. Ben Sheets' day is now done. Derek Turnbow's in, 4 blown saves, an ERA over 22 in his last 10 appearances.
No.
That's a problem. Rich Aurelius 14th. Ben Sheets is stunned.
Well, surprising Ben Sheets in there in the 9th, coming back from injury problems. You'd think he might get out a little bit earlier.
Maybe Cordero's going to be the guy. David Ross to third. Brewers use the trade guys to help. Sheets can run, and get a win. 8 innings and 2 earned runs, so the Brewers do take it. The Reds being on top, that's got to be the reason that the Astros and the Dodgers just refuse to yield on this thing, right?
Well, I think that's it. People don't believe in the Reds right now.
No, they don't. But you know what? All they do is figure out ways to win. They lost tonight, but they're not a great team, but they have something special working there.
Well, they're on top and will stay on top. Due up on baseball tonight, Carlos Lee, Bobby Abreu already gone. So is the market for Soriano and people like Tejada shrinking? Will he be buzzing out of Baltimore soon? And what to make of the moves in the East from a Toronto perspective? Must-win games when Halliday's on the hill. Their wild battle with Oakland is coming up on Baseball Tonight.
The World Series of Darts and the World Series of Poker, Tuesdays starting at 7 on ESPN.
Hi. Have we met?
No, I've never run this far before.
John Smoltz is in a tough spot here,
Yeah,
Joe.
Chip, I don't know how he's going to get this out.
Well, here comes the Brain Trust for a little powwow on the mound. All right, well, looks like they got a plan. Smoltzy leans in, and he deals. Got it! See ya!
Need little help this season? The Home Depot has great lawn-saving Scotts products, including Scotts Turf Builder, Roundup, and more. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball.
I'm Jim Cook. I homebrewed the first batch of Samuel Adams in my kitchen.
6 weeks after he started the business, Samuel Adams Boston Lager took the Best Beer in America award.
We have an employee homebrew competition here at Sam Adams.
People get better every year, and that is good. This year we're inviting homebrewers everywhere to enter the competition.
We've done it, now it's your turn.
There'll be 2 winners, and their beers will be brewed from national release.
Get your homebrew kit and instructional video at samadams.com.
Just brew it.
I have not had enough to hear with you, young lady.
Why do you insist on treating me like an adult?
Because you insist on acting like one. Now you're getting this new phone.
But it's so small. I really like it. Why is it always what I want?
Well, do you have any idea how much money this is not going to cost me?
I love you.
I know you really mean that.
You never hated me, and you never will.
You are the most grateful little...
Singular is changing the conversation about cell phones. Introducing the newest Go phone. Pick your plan or pay as you go and get all you need to make everybody happy. Singular, raising the bar.
What is this place?
I don't know. I never ran this far before.
Tuesday on The Contender.
Gary Tiger Moreno!
Their loss tore them up. The feud gets hotter.
I'm gonna beat him, I'm gonna punish him.
I didn't really want to fight Monroe, but now I have to fight Monroe.
He's not ready.
And to survive to the next round, one fighter's got to back up the talk.
This will be our easiest fight so far.
While the other
One kid!
must dig deep.
Get inside!
An all-new Contender. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
We're back. Padres, Rockies dealing with a lot of stress. They haven't won a lot of games recently, looking to finish their 11-game road trip with a win against the Rockies. And here's Atkins lining it to left. Jamie Carroll waved in. Here's your throw, and the Rockies are on the board. That was one of those with backspin on it. Bottom four. Matt Holliday. Deep to right, 19th of the season. The Rockies up 3-1, and they would win by a final score of 3-1. By the way, Rockies manager Clint Hurdle, happy birthday, who celebrates his 49th with a victory. So the Rockies are very much in it. We know about the Abreu deal. We've seen Mensch. We've seen Lee. What's left?
Well, Alfonso Soriano's still out there, and he's the big chip out in the market right now. What we're hearing is that the Los Angeles Dodgers are hot to trot. They've spiked up their interest in him, but still the Minnesota Twins, the Astros, the Angels, and the Dodgers have interest, and it's going to be very interesting. This may come down to the end. Julio Lugo still on the market. The Blue Jays have backed off. They don't think they have a shot because of the asking price, but the Boston Red Sox are in, and it could trigger a multi-team deal where they could end up getting some pitching in Boston if they do sign Lugo. Greg Maddux, well, back out to the Dodgers. They're 5 games out of the wild card, and Ned Colletti, former executive with the Cubs, says, hey, Greg Maddux, look at us. They're going to try to convince him to go out there. And finally, Livan Hernandez. The New York Mets are hoping to get the Nationals to pick up a chunk of money in 07 for Livan Hernandez's salary. If they do, they'll bring El Duque's half-brother into the club.
That would help. Meantime, now on ESPN.com, Buster Olney saying with the deals that are getting done, there may be some impasses in trying to get Soriano out. Perhaps the Nationals thinking about actually re-signing him. A lot of good stuff on ESPN.com. Become an insider. We'll come back. It's not inside, but outside. The confines of the yards where these balls land. We'll touch them all as Baseball Tonight continues. Also ahead of us, it was a great week, and Sunday starts off with a bang. The top 5 web gems as we continue.
You love. All you need is a Chase Rewards card. Everybody loves to earn free rewards. Find the card you'll love at ChooseChase.com.
Hey, hon, what do you think of these?
Cool.
Yes! Clinton Portis just scored. I'm going to the playoffs.
No,
Yes.
I'm not doing that.
You agreed. We had a deal.
I hate you for this.
Dominate your fantasy football league from draft to championship. Try mobile ESPN today, and you can enter for a chance to win me, Mort, at your draft to help pick your team.
Bigger is better at the South Park Auto Plaza in Moline. Because when you shop over 20 acres of great cars and trucks, you get more selection, more convenience, and more negotiating power. Save time and money with 5 different dealers all in one place. Save big at the South Park Auto Plaza, John Deere Expressway and 16th Street.
I must make this putt. Nothing can stop me now. I will strike the ball, and it will roll gently into the cup. Focus, focus. I must make this putt.
Haha, looks like you're doing dishes this week.
For a family good time, come to Saukey or Highland Springs.
It's simple. One family, one vehicle. The all-new Chevy Suburban with seating for up to 9 and an estimated 21 miles per gallon highway. Suburban, an American revolution.
The IL Rail Race is nearing its conclusion. We're going to continue to provide you updates, and don't forget the complete race, 12:15 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2. Let's go out to Michigan now.
So at Michigan International Speedway, the race leader is Helio Castroneves. Vitor Mira is now in second place, 2.9 seconds behind. Dan Weldon is third. Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter wrap out the top 5. And right now, Castroneves has led 9 of the last 11 races this season. The only 2 he didn't lead, Kansas and Nashville, and he continues to motor on here.
He is the race's pole sitter again. The complete race, 12:15 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2.
Stretch this margin. All of a sudden, he's got 3 seconds.
On the road with Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Our teams getting into position, making their last deals, and of course every series now seems to take on a life of its own as we go on the road with Steve Phillips, who technically is still right here, but a big series coming up beginning Monday, the Angels and the A's.
That's right. The Oakland A's traveling to Los Angeles to take on the Angels. So far this year, the Angels have a 5-4 advantage over the A's, but the A's 2-0 in Anaheim against them. The key is going to be the offenses. We're going to see if they make any deals here at the deadline to improve the offense. Both teams need offensive improvement. The Angels have held A's hitters to 179 batting average so far in the head-to-head matchups. Offense going to be the key. The pitching's always been there. The team that can find a way to manufacture runs will ultimately win out in this series. So offense becomes the key, and the trade deadline may impact what this matchup looks like.
Don't forget more on the trade deadline, folks. Monday, just as a reminder, we'll be on at 2 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN and take you to 4 o'clock over on ESPN News. So that's the Monday baseball trade line discussion. As far as the A's go, they're playing the Blue Jays. They have to deal with Halladay, which is hardly any fun. But Crocky in the bottom of the 7th, they had a 2-1 lead, and actually got another run off them.
All right, that's it, though. When your ace pitches, you got to score some runs for him. It's like Roger Clemens or anyone else. You know they're going to keep him to a minimum of runs, but you got to score yourself.
He did not get his 14th win. Lyle Overbay in the top of the 9th. This one was a wild one. A double over the head of Kotsay as Catalinato and Troy Glaus score. 4-3 A's. They would score another one in the inning. It was 4-4. Bottom 9, B.J. Ryan is on as Toronto's up 5-3. Facing Kotsay, fouls off the next pitch. Fouls off the next pitch. B.J. Ryan, this one went to 12 pitches, and he walked him. I believe I said earlier it was 4-4. It was 5-3. The next batter is Milton Bradley. It wouldn't matter. A 3-run home run walk-off big blast. How about B.J. Ryan blowing one?
Well, credit to Kotze at bat. Getting on base, that allowed Milton Bradley to hit the home run.
White Sox and the Orioles. There's Paul Konerko and company. This one also is down to the wire. Todd Williams walks Konerko in the 8th. 2 men on for the Sox. 3-2-1 for Jermaine Dye, who lifts off for the 28th time.
White Sox have a lot of power in that lineup.
And he's been coming up with big hits lately. 7-6, Bobby Jensen to close it. He has been good 28 of 29 times. Best in the league. 1 out, none on. Oh, hit Tejada. He goes to first after a given single. Move Tejada to third. Jeff Conine. Any scout there to watch Conine, you got to be pleased. Why not go get a bat? He's great off the bench.
Exactly. He'd be a great guy in the National League off the bench, and he can fill in anywhere, outfield, first base, and get Tejada while you're at it, too.
Jenks' first blown save since May 5th.
And
Lopez
Javi's available.
Take Javi Lopez to the O's rally in the 8th and win it 8-7. Not a good day for closers, except if your last name was Suter. Gets into the Hall of Fame. But
or Rivera.
He was good. So there's the American League wildcard race. The White Sox a half behind the Yanks. The Twins 1.5. And the Blue Jays find themselves now 7 back in the loss column. Nationals and the Dodgers. 1-0 Washington, 2nd inning.
That might be a balk.
Mark Hendrickson down. I mean, this is a tall guy. His legs got in the way. See that right heel get stuck.
Yeah.
Spike got hung up in the dirt, and that's one of life's embarrassing moments.
Cost him a run. Ryan Church scores on the balk. Andre Ethier to deep left. Soriano, a great catch. He's a much better fielder than he ever was given credit for.
Well, he's a good athlete. It's just going to take time. I mean, you don't learn a new position from infield to outfield that quickly.
Is Turris off the glove of Nick Johnson. Loney scores. Dodgers win it 4-3. And as Steve said, the Dodgers likely going to be active as the trade deadline comes at 4 o'clock Eastern time on Monday. The NL West looks like this with the Padres up on the Diamondbacks. Remove the Padres from this, you basically have the wild card race all chasing the Reds. Here are the balls that left as we touch them all here on Baseball Tonight. First one, Lieberthal, 4th career Grand Slam. Interesting, you heard Pat Gillick say during the Bobby Abreu press conference, he's not so sure the team's going to be competitive next year.
I'm sure them faithful Philly fans love to hear that one.
That was interesting. Jermaine Dye's 3rd home run in his last 4 games. To no avail as Jenks blows a rare one. Kevin Mensch now a full-fledged Milwaukee Brewers as he gets a homer.
I think change of scenery is going to do him good. He's going to put up some big numbers there.
Junior has put up big numbers in his career.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty good, Carl.
557 career home runs. The Reds
He'll be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's going to be there, too. Refusing to yield.
By that master of the obvious, huh?
Rocky's been coming up with some of those. Josh Willingham, one of a handful of guys to have 2 home runs on Sunday.
How about the Marlins, man? They keep battling, huh? Good pitching and some kids that can hit. 2nd
best record in the East entering Sunday. Johnny Damon goes deep twice, and I mean really deep. So you give those guys a little rest if Matsui and Sheffield do come back, recharge the batteries. Carlos Beltran, 7th career grand. He had another chance to hit one in this one, but doesn't. But he does have 2. The second one, a solo act.
His batteries got recharged quick, didn't they? From last year to this year.
Milton Bradley's first career walk-off home run is Halladay. Didn't have a chance to get a win. The Blue Jays did, and they didn't. We'll return on Baseball Tonight. Not much left to do. The defense is coming up. We'll bring you the top 5 web gems as John, Steve, and I continue.
Pickup and SUV. Gasoline and E85 ethanol. Haul and tow. The all-new 2007 Chevy Avalanche, the most flexible vehicle out there.
What was that?
Jim, it's your lunch.
You've had a hamburger 3 times this week. You're in a lunch rut.
You need help. KFC's Fiery Buffalo boneless wings. They're hot. They're different. You're welcome.
plus the blandest with Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings at KFC. Get 100% breast meat boneless wings dipped in our Fiery Buffalo sauce. Try 6 for $2.99 or 18 for $8.79. Also available in honey barbecue flavor. No bones, all flavor at KFC.
You've seen how they play.
There we go. Oh, big puppy.
Now see how they live.
What's up, yo? This is David Ortiz.
With AT&T Home Turf. Visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
This is Duralast, the battery built to exceed the need. Engineered with all the cranky power you need for extreme conditions. And for a limited time, get an AutoZone gift card with purchase. Only at AutoZone.
Can I buy you a drink?
Sure. Heineken?
So...
Thanks.
Nice. Thanks.
You need one?
Yeah, sure. Man, I love your sister. Yeah. What?
If you could pick any superhuman power, it should be Dave Mirra's Focus. With it, you could win more X Games medals than anyone in history and walk away with a stadium full of hanging jaws. X Games 12 starts Thursday, live at 9 on ESPN.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by KFC's Fiery Buffalo Boneless Wings. It's no bones, all flavor. Only at KFC.
Back here on a Baseball Tonight, we got the top 5 web gems for this Sunday. Number 5, and they keep parading players out. You're going to see that with a lot of teams, but boy, the Tigers to bring Brent Cleveland in and have center fielder make a throw like this.
Well, their young guys just keep coming up, getting the job done. Pitchers and now position players as well. That's a great throw. That's some arm strength right there.
Any deals for the Tigers on the horizon?
I don't think so. I think they're kind of just going to go with what they have.
Number 4, it was between the Pirates and the Giants. Omar Vizquel laces one to third, but the All-Star, wow, Freddie Sanchez with plenty of time to spare. That was everything into it and then some. Web gem number 3, making regular appearances here on Web Gems.
Web gem du jour for Sizemore. That's some great range right there. He lays it out. Do it with the bat and the glove.
The way the Indians are pitching, they need a lot of web gems.
Yeah, the Mariners won that one 7-3.
There you go.
Reds and the Brewers. Little chopper to short. Juan Castro has one option, barehanded. Got him. Got Brady Clark at first. Good play by Castro. It was a game, though, the Brewers, thanks to Cordero closing it, won by a score of 4-3. So the teams did move up in the wild card race in the NL. Braves not moving anywhere. The Mets get the sweep. Jeff Rancourt there with a good catch.
Another good athlete right there, and good sliding catch.
The Mets win it by a final score of 10-6. All right, folks, don't forget 2 o'clock Eastern Time, ESPN, the latest on the trade deadline stuff with Steve Phillips and John Kruk. I'm Carl Ravitch. Thanks for watching. Now we're at Fenway Park. Skies blue, some clouds in the sky. Red Sox again need to win with the Yankees victory. Angels and Sox with John Orrell coming up.
Okay, Carl, this is the city of Boston and Fenway Park, and this is Red Sox Nation, a 274th consecutive sellout crowd settling in to see the Angels of the West up against the American League Eastern Division leading Boston Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball. All this month, more than enough heat to go around in the air and in the bats of Boston's Big Papi and Manny Ramirez, keeping the heat on, and the Red Sox on top of the standings. For the Angels, it's been all-star Vladimir Guerrero, this time with a big assist of late from red-hot Juan Rivera, as L.A. speeding back into the hunt for October. Tonight, it's a matchup between staff aces John Lackey and Curt Schilling, each trying to shut down the other's offense. Using ESPN's K-Zone technology, Cy Young winner Orel Hershiser will break down how they might attack the hottest hitters in the game. And hear that sound? That's the trade deadline countdown. With a scant 20 hours remaining, we'll check in with Baseball Tonight's Steve Phillips for an update on moves which might have an impact down the stretch. All of that upcoming, and the Angels and the Red Sox under the stars at storied Fenway Park. Next. It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. And what a beautiful evening it is at Fenway Park in Boston, where tonight the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim of the American League West take on the Boston Red Sox of the American League East in the rubber match of the series. The Yankees won today, so in the East, the Red Sox lead at the moment is 1 game. Blue Jays lost to Oakland, who now have a 1-game lead over the Angels in the American League West, with the Mariners and Rangers also right nearby. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller, and Joe Morgan is not here. He's with his fellow immortals at the Hall of Fame inductions in Cooperstown. We send our best wishes to Joe and all of the Hall of Famers. And I'm joined tonight by Oral Hershiser. Bulldog. Welcome, Oral.
Thanks, John.
And also Bonnie Bernstein is here with us. Now, when you think about the Red Sox over the years, you always think of sluggers, great offense. And this year's edition is no different with those two great partners in slugging, David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. Ortiz hit this home run of the 8th inning to start a comeback. They were down by 3, and then after tying the game, they went to extra innings, and he hit one through the vacated shortstop hole to knock in the winning run, and the Red Sox got even. This series is at a game apiece. So now tonight, John Lackey, who's been the ace for the Angels, up against the Red Sox, and he's going to have to figure out a way to somehow shut those two guys down.
Well, John, maybe the best 1-2 combination in the middle of an order anywhere in baseball. There's 63 home runs, 180 RBIs, a lot of damage, but professional batters, well prepared and on top of their game, and the discipline they bring to the plate, they will make the Bulldog, John Lackey, really grind tonight. In his 8 attempts against the Red Sox, he has come out with no victory, so he's going to need that tenacity, but he comes in here well prepared. He's in the league leaders in ERA, strikeouts, and innings pitched.
All right, so you mean there's another Bulldog? You weren't the only Bulldog? All right, so John Lackey, Bulldog, and he's up against Kurt Schilling, the ace of the Red Sox. He's 13-3, but he has never lost to the Angels, and he is 8-0, unbeaten here at Fenway this year.
Well, Schilling is the bona fide ace of this club. Unlike his teammate, the youngster Josh Beckett, who went up against the aggressive Angels last night with his fastball and his curveball. The 205 wins of Schilling and the over 3,000 innings pitched now. He is now a precision artist with the fastball and the split finger. He will command both sides of the plate to attack this Angels lineup.
All right, so always fun to watch. We'll be looking for his matchup with bad Vlad Guerrero here as well. Bonnie Bernstein when we come back with more on the Angels' dramatic turnaround here in July. They've been hot. Kurt Schilling, he's warmed up, making his way in. And in a moment, he'll be throwing tonight's first pitch from friendly Fenway.
How did you become such a great master?
Yellowbook.com.
Yellowbook.com?
Everyone is searching for something.
Isn't Yellowbook.com for buying stuff?
After all, it is a material world. Let's say pizza makes you happy. Just type in what and where.
But Master, how do you show them the way?
Yellowbook.com has a map feature. Infinite information. Yellowbook.com.
Quick, local, reliable.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
In an active life, athlete's foot can break your rhythm. Lamisil AT treats it 4 times faster than other leading products, so you get results on the bottom that work their way to the top. Lamisil AT. Go on with the rhythm of life.
Guys, I'll be just a couple minutes, okay? I'm gonna go down to the lobby and get a toothbrush.
We've been here for 3 days, and you're just now realizing that you don't have a toothbrush?
I had gum. What?
I don't know if it's the same thing.
Yeah, it is. It's really fresh gum.
It smells fine. No. Let me smell.
Fine.
Okay. I'll meet you guys in the restaurant.
Ergonomic desk chairs? I watched their backs. $650. Office pet?
/ watchdog.
$100. Laptops instead of desktops?
Big ideas don't only come between 9 and 5.
$999 each. Running your business your way. No questions asked.
Nice.
Priceless. MasterCard Business Card even lets you choose your payment date because you're the boss.
Baby Ruth is a great-tasting candy bar, and when you have peanuts, nougat, and caramel, you don't need bells and whistles. All right, here's one whistle, but no bells. Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
アスリートとしては野球をパーフェクトにできることっていうのはもう最高のものだと僕は考えてます。I live for this.
Catch Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN. Don't miss it.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. It's good to go. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park, and we are just about ready to go now. Mike Scioscia with the windbreaker in the dugout, double-checking the lineup for his red-hot Angels. And with a little more about their hot streak, let's go down to Bonnie Bernstein.
No, John, it's so funny to say the Angels are in second place in the AL West, considering they were 7 games back at the start of the month. Mike Scioscia, though, never lost faith. Why? He said, because I know the difference between a bad baseball team and a team that's just playing bad baseball, and my team was so much the latter. I actually thought they were possessed by aliens to the point where they couldn't play. Well, Scioscia may have exorcised those demonic aliens on June 30th when he got his club together for a little reality check. He said, I see you playing tentative. I don't see you going out there expecting to win, and you're not executing when the game is on the line. He said, remember this team's philosophy. When the Angels take the field, it is our field, whether it's in Anaheim or Oakland or New York or wherever. John, how many games has LA lost since? How about just 6, powered by the hot bat of Juan Rivera? He's had 23 ribbies and 9 homers just in the month of July.
23 RBIs, 9 homers, Bonnie, and they are 18-6 in that stretch. He's just about an RBI per game.
Well, he has been really hot, John.
So he is Vlad-like, or Poppy-like, or Manny-like. Let's take a look at the Angels batting order tonight, presented by Taco Bell. The speedster, Sean Figgins, leads off in center field. He's a base stealer, had 40 steals. Cesar Izturis, younger half-brother, at third base. It will be Orlando Cabrera at shortstop, hitting third. Vladimir Guerrero, 20 homers, 78 batted in right field. Garrett Anderson, the veteran, he's all banged up right now, but still out there in left field. Juan Rivera, and there are almost half of his RBIs coming this month. Howie Kendrick, recently up for the minors over at first base. Mike Napoli, the rookie catcher, and he's a slugger. And Adam Kennedy hitting ninth at second base. All up against Kurt Schilling, who is looking for his 14th win. If he can get it, he'll be the first 14-game winner in baseball this year.
Well, he has been hot, and he has been carrying this club, and he and Josh Beckett at the top, but everything you want from a #1. Kurt Schilling, even at his age and experience, is still the #1 pitcher, not only on this team, but one of the best ones in the league, and he is going to have that precise location to both sides of the plate. And the Angels, with their aggressive attack, they will continue to look for those strikes and hit them.
So here we go, Sean Figgins. And if you want to have success against the Angels, one good idea is to keep Figgins off the bases if you can. He bluffs the bunt, takes a high fastball for a called strike, and we are underway.
Sean Figgins makes the Angels go, John, leading the league in steals. He gets on base and he causes havoc. He plays Angel baseball, but that's Mike Scioscia baseball, almost a National League style.
And a foul off the left field side. Well, Figgins with 40 steals is #1 in the American League in that category. He had 6 more than Ichiro had coming into the day. Jose Reyes of the Mets leads the major leagues, but just with 2 more than Figgins. Figgins had a couple of steals here yesterday, in fact. Switch hitter, but he's behind in the count, 0-2 to Schilling. Fastball up and away, and we got him at 96 miles an hour on that one.
Yeah, that looked like the young Schilling's fastball at 96.
You see, Sean Figgins has had a lot of success in his career against the Red Sox. A ball and 2 strikes. Splitter, and that's too low for a ball.
Well, we will see that split finger tonight. When he establishes the low fastball, then that split finger comes out of that same window right there. That splitter was backed up prior to that with a high fastball, and Figgins could lay off it very easily.
2-2 the count to Figgins with Torres on deck. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. He came back with the low fastball after the splitter and may have fooled him with it.
Well, he went high and away, and then he came back to the splitter, kind of pulled it, and Sean could lay off it easily. But right here, he goes blacker ball, and I guess it's a strike. Mr. Figgins could have a little problem with that call, but right now, Curt Schilling's enjoying it.
K-Zone got that one a few inches off the outside. There's a called strike to Maicer Torres, and it is 0-1. Another sellout crowd at Fenway Park. Beautiful evening. The heat wave that has engulfed much of the country recently, at least for this one day in Fenway, has eased, and it was a very, very comfortable day. 74 degrees at game time.
Yeah, leaving the hotel today. What a beautiful. I expect to come out and have to worry about moving right through our clothing and needing a second part of the wardrobe, but beautiful.
A ball and a strike. Manny's going to have to go back on this one and chase it. It bounces off the base of the wall, right off the Yankees score. And into second base with a double is Maicer Torres. And Torres really hustled. Manny played that carom looking to make a play at second base.
Well, Manny's defensive reputation is usually away from Fenway. But right there, Schill was trying to go low and away, but he made a mistake on location. And I'll tell you what, Torres did a great job right there staying down and through that ball and driving it the opposite way. You get a pitch like that, he didn't try to do too much with it. Manny tried to make his only play to limit it from a double, but once he didn't have the grip, just get it into the infield.
So Torres is aboard, and here is Orlando Cabrera, former Red Sox shortstop, just for a short time, but long enough to help the Red Sox win the World Series in 2004. The next year he moved on to the Angels. He's hitting .284, 7 homers, 53 batted in. And he recently went through a stretch where one way or the other he was on base every day for more than 2 months.
So these Red Sox fans were very generous with their response to him when he came in here, and he was actually a little choked up and smiled with a big smile on his second at bat and kind of pounded his jersey where his heart was, kind of like, thank you very much.
So he hit well as a Red Sox player that year, as you saw there. Hit even better in the League Championship Series against the Yankees to help really to overcome odds that were seen to be like 1,000,000 to 1. They were down 3 games to none and get to that World Series, after which it all of a sudden looked easy. And that's a foul out of play. So the count now, 1 strike to Cabrera with Vladimir Guerrero on deck. Now, Cabrera is not your prototype third-place hitter.
No.
And there's been a lot of talk that the Angels have been trying hard for some of the bigger names among the hitters available, like Alfonso Soriano,
Miguel
even Miguel Tejada. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. With Bobby Abreu going to the Yankees.
Big deal made today by the Yanks. That is high and tight to Cabrera. A ball and 2 strikes now.
You know, you remember back to Boston's playoff run, Cabrera was brought in here for his defense, not his offense, and now here he is hitting third for the Angels. He was brought in here to shore up the Boston defense at that time near the trade deadline, moving Garcia Parra.
High fastball blows him away. Man, Schilling got an electric fastball going tonight. 2 down.
Well, a much improved defense behind Curt Schilling, even to the point where it's making him throw more 2-seamers, but right now he's going with the 4-seamer. You see the Gold Glove down there at third. Mike Lowell, a risky move coming over with Josh Beckett from Florida, but he has really panned out, playing great defense, and the bat has come around.
And those dimensions on that graphic are not the actual dimensions. As Guerrero with a base hit. Here comes his tourist. Manny's throw. He makes it. Manny, who threw out a runner at the plate yesterday in a key play in the game, and ultimately a one-run Red Sox win. But this time, Maicer Izturis a little bit too quick for him. 1-0 Angels.
Well, Schill knows that Vladdy's a first-pitch fastball hitter, and he goes after him, and he knows he'll chase anything. He goes with a ball. But I'll tell you, one of the most impressive things you're going to see is Vladimir Guerrero swing the bat. It is eye-hand coordination, and it is unbelievable power. And he swings the bat hard every time. Varitek trying to do a deke tag there. Varitek standing up like there's going to be no play, and you'll see right as the ball arrives, he turns into a catcher and tries to block, but Izturis right through the slide.
Garrett Anderson, and a curveball misses too high.
Watch the finesse of this play. As you see the play, Varitek just trying to block the ball, but also trying to deke, and really couldn't get in there and block. Izturis with a good solid slide there to the outside of the plate.
Garrett Anderson, another curveball, that's too low. 2-0, so Vladimir Guerrero, a former American League MVP and one of the great stars in the game, strikes first, his 79th run batted in of the year. And Vlad had to leave the game yesterday with some dehydration. And that's a ball down and away. And I asked him how he was tonight. And he said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, you got sick yesterday."
You were removed.
Well, that was yesterday. That was yesterday. I'm fine today.
My head got off the pillow this morning, and there's a game.
Anderson swings away on 3-0. Base hit to left field. So Guerrero over to second, and that's the third hit of the inning for the Angels. And Juan Rivera, who really right now is the hot hitter, as Bonnie Bernstein mentioned. He comes up with a chance to do some damage right here.
This is putting a lot of pressure on Curt Schilling early in this game right here. Already given up a run and now facing the Angels' hottest hitter in Rivera. And remember, Schilling has not lost at home here, as you see on the graphic. So this is an unusual circumstance for Curt Schilling to be in this early in the game.
And there's a lot going against the Angels today. Schilling has never lost to them, and he is unbeaten against the American League West this year.
And he's facing a pitcher who has never beat the Red Sox in 8 tries. So the odds and the probabilities of baseball could turn around here tonight.
Curt Schilling with a 1-ball, no-strike count to Juan Rivera. And that caught the outside.
So far, the Angel hitters have really been jumping on Curt's 4-seam fastball. They've been very aggressive. And when he's missed in the middle of the plate, other than Vladdy, they have teed off. You might start to see a few more 2-seamers using that brilliant defense behind him.
And the foul ball makes it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Right there, the 86 mile an hour. That was a splitter. I know the movement on it looked a little bit like a sinker, but that was a firm splitter. Curt will show the splitter, and he will also show the fastball. You'll mainly see, you see the splitter, how it dropped almost straight down. The sinker's going to have a little bit more left to right movement on it, like the fastball away he threw to Garrett Anderson.
2 men on, 2 men out. A run in. High fastball. And a foul that will head back to the streets of Boston on the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Howie Kendrick, the impressive rookie, would be next. The A's came from behind. Milton Bradley had a 3-run homer in the last of the 9th inning. A dramatic win for Oakland against the Blue Jays. So the Angels need a win just to stay where they were. And they're heading for Oakland after the game. A 3-game showdown with the Athletics starting tomorrow. And the splitter for the strikeout with Guerrero running with the pitch. The inning is over. 3 hits, but also 3 strikeouts for Schilling. The Red Sox are coming up.
A lot of brilliant engineering went into making the Toyota Tacoma famously tough. Of course, a lot of brilliant engineering also went into making the interior really nice. It's no wonder R.L. Polk named Tacoma America's best-selling compact truck. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
You're a Mediacom video customer. Add internet and phone and become a VIP. Get it started with Mediacom phone service, including long distance, caller ID, voicemail, and more. Just $29.95 a month. When you do, you'll also get 6 months of high-speed internet service with download speeds of up to 5 megabits per second free. Mediacom video, internet, and phone. The easiest way for you to become a VIP. Call Mediacom today at 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Meet Youth Baseball's MVPs, the most valuable parents who do whatever it takes to make the season possible. Brought to you by KFC, an official sponsor of ESPN's telecast of the Little League World Series, starting August 11th.
Just look at Rob Machado, and you know you'll never see anyone so happy to go to work. How he surfs in harmony, and those long, soulful lines he carves are the love letters he leaves behind. X Games 12 starts Thursday, live at 9 on ESPN.
Kevin Youkilis heading over to home plate. He'll be leading it off here in a moment for the Red Sox, who are trailing 1-0. The Red Sox batting order now presented by Taco Bell. Kevin Youkilis leads off first base. Alex Cora giving Mark Loretta a little breather at second base. It'll be David Ortiz, the designated hitter. He had a huge day yesterday, 4 batted in, including the winner. Manny Ramirez, 81 RBIs for him. He's got a hitting streak going. Trot Nixon in right field, batting 5th. Jason Varitek, the catcher, hitting 6th. Mike Lowell, and he has revitalized his career here in Boston this season. Coco Crisp in center field, hitting 8th, and Alex Gonzalez, who also has just been a revelation. They love him here in Boston. He's hitting 9th against John Lackey, and here we go. Lackey with the first pitch strike to Kevin Youkilis. And Lackey has been the best on the Angels staff this year, although the one-loss record wouldn't tell you that. That's up the middle, base hit into center field. Well, here come the Sox.
John Lackey has been the ace of this staff, and the 9-6 record does not show it, but he is a bulldog on the mound. He had a period of time where he had 10 no decisions and 4 losses, 6 no decisions in there, 10 starts in a row. He's going to come right after you. He is still a power pitcher, but he has added a good cutter that has really helped him against left-handed hitters.
And here's one of them right now, Alex Cora, and that is a ball too low. Cora, who fits right in nicely with this new theme here in Boston of strong defense. Because Cora is an excellent glove man tonight at second base. But everybody who's played the infield with the Red Sox this year has done well.
Oh, very well. And Alex Cora is a great number 2 hole hitter also. Handles the bat very well, John, and really understands the team part of the game, stays within himself and doesn't try and do too much. And he is a great player for Terry Francona because he can move around the infield for him and rest different people. And if they would ever have a key injury, this is a guy you can start and is not going to hurt your ball club.
A ball and a strike to Cora. One of the stark contrasts between the Red Sox and Angels this year is that Boston's defense has been superb, the best in baseball. And the Angels has just been horrible. They have made more errors than any other team. I mean, the Red Sox are number 1. The Angels are dead last in the American League in defense. And that has not just troubled Mike Scioscia, the manager, but perplexed him because he thought, well, we actually used to be pretty good defensively. But look at that, 81 errors, worst in the league, worst in fielding percentage, and the most unearned runs allowed. Pitchers like to see them earn their runs if they're going to get
a couple reasons, because that is a big emphasis for Mike Scioscia and the Angels, but they've had to go through a new rookie catcher. They've had to go through Sean Figgins not playing third base every day but out in center field, and Asturis moving to third. You have a break in a couple new first basemen over there, and then the people that he was relying on, Kennedy and Cabrera up the middle, have had some cold spells.
There goes Youkilis, one hopper to Kendrick. He throws to second and throws it away. Kendrick, the second baseman, being asked to play at first base, just as you were talking about it, Oral. There it is. An error and probably a ball he should have just taken right over to first base for the sure out.
But John, you are so right. These are the instincts of a second baseman playing first base. Normally get the out, make the quick throw to second, get the force play, but that is too long a throw with the wrong angle, and this will remind you of Reggie Jackson back in the playoffs getting out of the way. But here Cabrera has no chance with the runner bearing down on him, and that ball to the left field side of second base.
very easily an inexperienced first baseman making a second base play from first base.
And now Mike Scioscia having to alert him, hey, we want you to hold that runner on over there. Cora's got the ability to go steal a bag, so Kendrick was playing deep and had to be instructed to go over and hold it on the bag. And here's David Ortiz. The big guys are coming up, and the Red Sox is set up nicely. And that is too low. A changeup missing, and Ortiz yesterday had a 4-hit game. His homer in the 8th inning started the comeback. They were down by 3, and then he ended the game yet again with a game-winning RBI, game-ending RBI. He's got 99 batted in for the year, and he is getting that treatment even from Red Sox fans who see him all the time that we used to see from McGuire and Sosa and Bonds, all the guys going for records. The camera flashes go off all around Fenway with each pitch to Big Papi.
Yeah, remember the home run chase headed towards 70 and 80. They were flashing every swing.
1-1 the count. That is a called strike 2. Now, Lackey has been the ace for the Angels, but he has never had success against the Red Sox. He's never beaten them, and his team has never beaten the Red Sox in a game that he started against them.
Yeah. He is 0-4, and they are 0-8.
And he just got a piece of that one. And he was fooled. He was out on the front foot. 1-2.
Well, David Ortiz knows that there's a man on first, and he has that huge hole, and any routine ground ball will continue this rally and drive in a run. And just like his approach last night with the shift and just hitting a routine ground ball to win the game with the runners at first and third, Youkilis and Cora, he also is situational hitting already here in the first inning.
And he's had some success against Lackey, but the man on deck has just worn out Lackey. Ortiz 6 for 18 with a homer against Lackey in his career, but Manny Ramirez has a .533 average and 4 homers in only 15 at-bats lifetime against John Lackey. Infield double play down, and the high cutter. 2-2 the count.
Well, there's that pitch that has improved Lackey's opponent's batting average from the left side, bringing that cutter so that now when he throws his fastball away or even down the middle, that ball will bear in on the left-hander's hands.
And the breaking ball bounced foul off to the right, so he got a piece of it to stay alive. Now yesterday in the 8th inning with ace setup man Scott Shields in there with 6-3 Angels lead, Papi got it started with this home run into the center field bleachers. Then in the 11th against J.C. Romero, he hit one where nobody was. They were in the overshift for him, and he said, oh, the heck with that. I'm going to try to hit it over there. And that's exactly what he did. That got it done. The 11th time in the last 4 seasons in the regular season that he's ended a game with an RBI of some kind, and he is down on strikes. Man, that's a big one there for John Lackey.
There's a great sequence here by Lackey. He gets ahead of him, but then as he goes through this at bat, goes fastball and then breaking ball. He gets a strike there, and then he stays slow. And as he moves those breaking balls, he starts to work them inside to look for the strikeout. And now he's got him out in front in swing mode. And once he gets him in swing mode, he just shortens the breaking ball up, leaves it in the same area. The hitter's reaction is, okay, I got the same pitch, but oh no, it's in the wrong place.
So he threw a different kind of a curveball there.
Well, you have 2 kinds of ways to get hitters out. You know what's coming, and I put it in a hard place to hit. You don't know what's coming, and I fool you.
Here's Manny Ramirez down the right field line and slicing foul. That was toward Johnny Pesky's foul pole down there, which is only 302 feet away from home plate. Although a lot of pitchers would tell you maybe, 250.
It feels like 250. The first time I pitched here in Fenway, this place, you are awe-inspired, and you really, you'll look at the graffiti on there.
I think that's your name right there, isn't it?
Well,
although you didn't put it there.
We couldn't get a camera where my name is. It's in behind the green wall in the scoreboard.
Here's the 1-strike delivery, and that's down and away. Now, talking about fooling guys, I don't think Lackey's ever fooled Manny Ramirez.
But Lackey has a different presence on the mound now. Manny has owned him throughout his career, but this is a different John Lackey. This is John Lackey that knows he's an ace and believes he's an ace, and there has been a mental change in this young man's mind that he understands competition and longs for it.
Youkilis at third, Cora at first, 1 out, and a called strike, 1-2 to Manny Ramirez.
A huge difference when you are fully committed to a pitch and understand that you can get people out, and when you are half committed to it. And now John Lackey's mental approach is, I know I'm a big leaguer, I know I'm successful, and I know I can lead this team.
So now it's a ball and 2 strikes, but many's the pitcher's gotten 2 strikes on Manny and still had nothing to boast about afterward. Off Lackey. That will, oh, he threw a home, and it was the wrong play again. He had the out at first, the run was going to score, and he spun around and threw there anyway. 1-1, and he gets nobody out. So Manny gets the RBI, and the trainer and manager Mike Scioscia are going to come out now and see if Lackey's okay.
Well, a couple throwing mistakes in this inning. Howie Kendrick and Mike Napoli. Oh, I'll tell you, John.
That will
be the closest on the field to the hitter.
Oh boy.
Right on the quad or the IT band there of his leg. And I'll tell you what, it's not now that it's going to feel bad, but we're going to have to check him out in future innings.
Now, if, say, Darren Erstad was playing first base, would that throw still gone home, or would Erstad have made sure that he knew to just go ahead, let's go to first base with it?
Yeah, I'm sure Howie Kendrick was not yelling first, and between his throw and then Lackey's throw, there should be no runs in this inning.
So the Angels on display with what has been their Achilles heel all year. The defense has been poor. Here is Trot Nixon. So that is going to be scored as a fielder's choice with an RBI for Manny, but no base hit for Manny. His 82nd RBI. So he got Ortiz, but again, Manny figures out a way to get Lackey. That curveball pulled foul into the Boston dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Trot Nixon. Nixon hitting well for average, but not hitting the long ball. Nixon has only 7 home runs all year, and that brings up a problem that the Red Sox have had, which is hitting home runs at Fenway Park, which right now is apparently the worst place in the majors to hit a home run.
Well, with some of the new changes around here, it has changed the way the ball flies here.
Now Kendrick over to second 1. Cabrera back to first. Kendrick covering 2. A double play. But the Red Sox get a run to tie it. On to the second inning. Kendrick will be coming up.
Wherever you're going, there's a car company that wants you to get more out of a gallon of gas. Chevy. 9 out of 10 cars we sell get an EPA estimated 30 highway miles per gallon or better. Here's one that doesn't, but it still gets 26 mpg highway. Chevy, we're taking a full tank further. That's an American revolution.
30 years in this house. So many memories, huh?
Hey, you know what? Those get to take with you.
Yeah.
See you in a couple of hours.
Bye-bye.
Hello, you two. I'm Nancy. Let me tell you the story of this amazing house.
Century 21.
Whoa. These spicy chicken Crunchwrap Supremes are spicy.
Spicy and grilled, so they're good to go.
Spicy and good to go. Have a sip of my soda. Or so tasty, I'm good to go get another one.
Or good to go get a job.
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled so it's good to go. For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
We have
longer in white pants. He is now wearing...
Hi, everybody. Trey Wingo here to tell you that mobile ESPN is now available at Sprint stores. It's true, the new wireless service from ESPN that gives you the most comprehensive sports content on a phone is now even easier to get. Go to mobileespn.com to find a Sprint store near you.
We're at Fenway Park, Sunday Night Baseball. Our 17th season on Hall of Fame Day. All around baseball. The Red Sox won. The Angels won as we go to the second. The Red Sox getting an unearned run against John Lackey. And a high fastball misses to Howie Kendrick. Kendrick, a very highly touted prospect out of the Angel system and maybe their second baseman for many years to come. But right now to get his bat in there, he blasts that one left center field, and that is high off the wall. Crisp into second base, but Kendrick also shows some speed. He's got himself a double and almost had himself a home run. Now, here's an update. Scott Reese with a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
All right, John, the big deal has been done. Bobby Abreu to the New York Yankees along with pitcher Corey Lytle in exchange for 4 minor league prospects. Now, the Yanks will pick up the salary of Abreu for the rest of this year and next season as well. And Helio Castroneves wins the Firestone Indy 400. Danica Patrick, by the way, did not finish. Says she thinks she ran out of fuel with 2 laps to go. You can see this race in its entirety, 12:15 a.m. Eastern Time on ESPN2. Details on SportsCenter after the game, guys.
All right, thanks. And strike one to Mike Napoli. And this is a guy who has emerged. They had other more highly touted catching prospects, but Napoli has vaulted ahead of all of them. And this guy, although he's been in a slump mostly for the month of July, he has been impressive. Got 12 home runs and only 172 at bats. He did not get Kendrick over there, however. Now Adam Kennedy coming up, and let's go down to Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie?
And I guess it's fair we can call Schilling old man Schilling at age 39 of the 4 13-game winners in the league. Schilling and Josh Beckett, teammates, are 2 of them, creating a nice little competition between Schilling and Beckett. Schilling said, you know, the end of April, beginning of May, I said, you don't want to let me run away with this. So now, once one wins, they give the other grief. According to Schilling, there is no prize for whoever comes up for the most wins, although Beckett doesn't agree with that. He doesn't want to tell me what it is, though. For Schilling, though, bragging rights is good enough, John.
All right, well, and it is kind of cool to have they have Manny and Poppy in the batting order, and Beckett and Schilling doing pretty much the same thing in the rotation.
Well, it's always nice to have that inter-team competition to keep raising the bar because you hate to be out there on your own. It's always nice to have somebody pushing you.
Kennedy, the runner at second, and a splitter in the dirt, knocked down by Jason Varitek. They both won 13 games, and in the games that the 2 of them have started, the Red Sox have won 32 and lost only 12. So they've got 2 guys that the team feels like, hey, we're going to win every time those guys take them out.
And they will be very, very difficult and very dangerous if they get to the playoffs.
1 ball, no strikes. That's right along the third base side and just barely foul. A ball and 2 strikes now to Adam Kennedy with the leadoff man Sean Figgins coming up next. Tim Wakefield, who is ordinarily in that rotation, he's got an injury. Let's put him on the disabled list. Matt Clement.
Got a little stress factor in the ribs, I think.
Matt Clement's also out, and they've got a lot of young pitchers in this staff, including that guy, John Lester, who came out and did a great job. He won his first 5 decisions. 1 ball, 1 strike, or 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count. That's a base hit down the right field line into that corner. Tough carom, and it goes by Trot Nixon, who slipped. He's going to have to chase it, and this is going to allow Kennedy to run for a long time. Scoring is Kendrick, and Kennedy ends up at third with a triple. The Angels are right back ahead, and that is one of the peculiarities of Fenway Park, the odd angle in that right field corner, and Trot Nixon got caught with a carom he wasn't expecting.
Well, Schilling misses his location again, very un-Schilling-esque. But Kennedy, a very good high fastball hitter for somebody with his kind of uppercut. And this is one of the toughest right field corners in baseball to play. Nod Karam off of there. Karam's a little peculiar, deeper into the field than Trot Nixon expected. He expected to run along that wall, and you see it Karam off there deep into the warning track. Adam Kennedy was thinking 3 right out of the box, and that's where he ended up.
A squeeze is on, and Figgins at least got the bat on the ball with that high fastball at 95 miles an hour, and Kennedy will safely go back to third base. That's a regular part of the Angels' repertoire.
Well, talking to Mike Scioscia, the running game is a big part of the game here, and also the squeeze and moving runners over. And he said, is that because you were good at hit and run, Mike, and loved the National League game and played there? He said, no, these are the tools of the team that I have, and if we were boppers, I'd let him swing away.
Figgins takes 2 low. Figgins struck out looking his first time. By the way, Adam Kennedy, as we mentioned earlier, Schilling has never lost to the Angels, and they don't have, as you might expect, many guys who've ever done well against Schilling. And most of the hitters have done very poorly against him, including Adam Kennedy, who had had only 1 hit in 12 career at-bats against Schilling until that triple.
No matter what the resume says in the record, if you miss your spot, they're going to hit him.
And that's 2 low. 2 balls and a strikeout to Sean Figgins. All right, so they tried the suicide squeeze, and the ball was fouled. Does it mean that they're not going to try it again in this at bat?
And not at all. I've seen Mike Scioscia go back-to-back pitches on the squeeze. I've seen him wait after 1 attempt and come back, and this is not a bad time for it right here.
So we'll keep an eye on Kennedy, the runner at third. And Figgins, it's a foul off the left field side. I mean, the flip side of that, the whole squeeze thing is they've got 5 hits against Schilling. He's retired 4 hitters and allowed 5 hits. I mean, why not just let him swing away? They're doing just fine swinging away.
You're right, and it's early in the game, and it's usually not something that's going to be a low-scoring game here tonight. Both these teams look like they're on it offensively, although Boston's run came on the 2 errors.
They got some a couple of assists
yes.
for their run. Figgins past third, a fair ball. And that will go down into the left field corner, and Manny's going to have to go in and chase it. Figgins has great speed, and he's going to test him. He's going to go halfway to third. He goes back to throw there, and he doesn't get back. Mike Lowell throws him out at second base. So it's a double for Figgins and an RBI. And he got a double and almost a triple, and probably would have been better off just to keep on going.
Well, Angel aggression on the bases and Angel aggression in the defense have cost him a base runner and a run. High fastball again. That's getting to be a common occurrence right here tonight. The high fastball getting hit. Curt Schilling needs to establish the low fastball so the split finger in the dirt will start getting chased.
So 2 down, and from the windup, Maicer Izturis. And that's off the outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Izturis hit a double starting the first inning rally that got the Angels a run. They've had 6 hits in the first 10 batters. And that is a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. And of the 6 hits, 4 have been for extra bases.
Well, Figgins slaps this ball down the line, and this is a very odd corner also. We saw the ball in right field. Third base coach has to really come up the line here in Fenway to make sure he can see that ball in the corner and how Manny handles it.
I mean, if Figgins, he came tearing around second base, and then all of a sudden, halfway to third, he said, uh-oh, that's not going to work.
No, and Manny has a bad reputation for not hustling very much, and he did a great job busting over there in the corner, and Figgins makes a big turn. And that's bigger than a turn. It's almost that's an attempt and a retreat.
Now he's got some very good breaks because he was moving.
He was. He just doesn't have a very fast reverse.
And the splitter is in the dirt, and the count 2-2. Now that also is the Red Sox of 2006. Execution, the defense. I mean, Manny got the ball into Lowell, and Lowell made a perfect feed right to second to Alex Cora.
Yeah, they have been really playing some solid defense.
2-2 the count. And a pop foul out of play by Izturis. By By the way, the trading deadline is tomorrow, 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Pacific. And we are, I mean, this is ESPN. We have our finger on the pulse of Major League Baseball and all of the trades that have gone down, that might go down, that are rumored to be going down, that we think should go down.
That we want to happen.
We're going for you, so stay right here. We got the whole story covered for you. Steve Phillips, the former Major League General Manager, is also right in there, and it will be going to Steve during the night with more news and information. The Yankees got Bobby Abreu, the big catch from the Phillies, and Corey Lytle, an experienced pitcher that had 8 wins this year. The Phillies get 4 minor league prospects, including the Yankees' #1 draft choice from last year, a young shortstop. 2-2 the count. Inside from Schilling, and it's now 3-2. You got the good fastball going tonight, but as you mentioned a few times, or maybe not getting it right where he wants it.
The relationship between the fastball and the split finger is not what he wants yet.
3-2. The splitter, and there is Coco Crisp. 2 more for the Angels. They lead 3-1. Jason Varitek, Mike Lowell, and Coco Crisp coming up.
Motel6.com is the only place you need to go to find a great room at a great rate. Olay, 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 olay. The best place for the best rates is Motel6.com. We'll leave the light on for you.
Another day, another billion in big business loans.
Yeah, sir, there's something on your shoe.
Good morning. If I could just have a minute of your time.
Small business owner.
We're planning to double our...
Give me a pencil.
My legs for the last 2 days.
What's he want? A loan or something?
Hey, oh! Look, he's got a business plan.
Does your bank think small about your small business? Call Capital One instead for no-hassle business loans, lines of credit, and credit cards.
Hello, Capital One.
What's in your wallet?
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. But they keep coming and coming. Man, I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Are you ready? We about to have a ball.
Welcome to Idlewild,
Thought I'd come and see what the big fuss is all about.
where life's a party
You better come harder than that, sweetie.
and dangers shoot him just a feet away.
Don't make me send a telegram to Rooster. He'll shoot you.
On August 25th, roll into Idlewild, rated R.
Fenway Park, Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. I'm John Miller with Oral Hershiser and Bonnie Bernstein. And the first place Red Sox of the American League East taking on the second place Angels of the American League West. The rubber match of their 3-game series. The Angels won here Friday. Boston came from behind for a victory last night. Only the third time all year the Angels had a lead after 7 innings and did not win the game. I mean, they got one of the best late inning bullpens in either league, but not yesterday.
Shields and K-Rod down there. Wow.
And now the Angels are leading. They got 3 runs in 6 hits against Schilling. They got their ace Lackey on the mound, and still I think there's a little bit worrisome as to what's gone on here. Is Varitek into the left field corner. Garrett Anderson digs it out to second base, but not in time. It's a double for Varitek.
Well, baseball's a funny game, and this is not as advertised. Curt Schilling struggling so far with his command. John Lackey, other than the defense behind him, is throwing the ball pretty well. But right here, on this ball right here, Varitek does a great job staying on the ball and driving this the opposite field. One of the things about the Green Monster here in Fenway is it draws the hitter's eye that way, and they know there are a lot of hits out there because the wall is so short. The big field and territory out there in right field, but in left field, there are a lot more hits.
Mike Lowell, and that cutter is in there for a strike. Now Lowell hitting .293, He got 37 doubles, 13 homers, 54 batted in. And, you know, a lot of people were kind of whispering around baseball last year that it looked like Lowell was finished. His bat was slow. He never really did get anything going at any time for the Marlins last year. And he was really attached to Josh Beckett. And a lot of teams wanted Beckett in a trade. They said, well, if you want him, you're going to have to take Lowell.
Well, you're an ocean liner fan, and Beckett was the ocean liner, and here's the anchor.
I mean, and a lot of teams looked at it that way. So, well, no deal then.
It's a salary that was attached to kind of like the deal that went down today with Bobby Abreu and Corey Lytle.
I mean, he's already had a better year no matter what happens from here on than he had all of last year, as you see by those numbers. Lowell to third. Nice pickup there by Eastouris. And Lowell is retired with Veritek still at second base and 1 out. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball will have trade deadline updates tonight from Steve Phillips. Stay tuned for that. Oral will also sort of break down for you about Lackey and Schilling pitching to the best, because we got some of the best in the game in these two lineups tonight. Guys like Vladimir Guerrero and David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez. Coco Crisp. And the curveball inside. Crisp is a switch hitter batting left-handed, and he's never really gotten anything going. He's sort of been the flip side of the Mike Lowell story. Crisp has come to Boston, and it seemed like it just never had happened for him so far. And the ball is down and in. In fact, his name has been at least in rumors of trade talks within the last couple of days.
Well, if you remember back at the beginning of the year, coming out of spring training, they were saying Johnny Damon, who he got off to a fast start, signed an extension here in Boston. Then when it came off the DL, and really hasn't gotten it going, John.
Adam Kennedy throws out Coco Crisp. And now Veritek gets over to third base. Had Lowell been able to get him over to third base, that ground ball by Crisp would have meant a run. But that's not really the Red Sox game. They're playing strong defense, but some of the little things about getting a run here and a run there.
At times they would rather bludgeon you.
Yeah.
And keep coming at you, especially with that middle of the order. And right there, even if Lowell would have got him over, Mike Scioscia sometimes plays that aggressive defense. Even here in Fenway, might have had the infield in.
And a pop-up foul by Alex Gonzalez. Hustling over Kendrick, reaches in and had to take it away from a Red Sox fan down there to get it. And that fan's getting booed. Third inning, Orlando Cabrera, Vladimir Guerrero, and Garrett Anderson. Big hitters coming up for the Angels.
Confused who has the best nationwide wireless phone plan? With iWireless, get 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes for only $39.95. Or share 1,000 nationwide anytime minutes with free mobile-to-mobile calling for only $69.99. And add up to 3 more lines at $9.99 each. Both plans include free unlimited nights and weekends starting at 5 p.m. Plus cool phones including the new Nokia 6030 for just a penny and free text messaging for 2 months. Enjoy the world's largest all-digital wireless network. Why pay more? iWireless.
The off-road technology in the Toyota 4Runner also makes it safer around town, finally bridging the gap between Mountain Man and Valley Girl. Now lease a new 4Runner for just $299 a month or get 1,000 customer cash. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
In retrospect, Jen and Zagar might not have been a match. He's not much of a talker, but I thought she would like how spontaneous he is. You could call him the strong silent type. I thought there was a connection. But in the end, we found something we could all agree on. We all love Bud Light.
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
But it just didn't work out.
The Audi Q7, the SUV, and the creator of Quattro.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Refreshingly Smooth Bud Light, always worth it. And Nexium. Learn more about Nexium at purplepill.com.
Now, as we see a Nomar fan, even though Nomar is now a Dodger, 3-1 the Angels lead. Now, I'm always for letting the players play the game. But here in Fenway, they were not happy with that fan, who happened to be that guy, Ben Affleck, who's here tonight with his wife, Jennifer Garner. And the fans got on Ben Affleck. They thought he should have not allowed that catch to be made, as that ball is hammered by Cabrera into the monster seats. And it is 4-1 Angels. Orlando Cabrera, the former Red Sox, who've been cheered here this weekend, hits his 8th home run of the year. And Curt Schilling is getting roughed up by the Angels early on.
Well, I hate to keep repeating myself, John, but another mislocation by Curt Schilling. Fastball right down the middle at 93 miles an hour. The Angels now have hit for the cycle off of Curt. But you look right here. Nice cock of the front hip. Contact right out in front, still head on the ball, a good extension.
Now that's a big fly right there. And that was right up to the top of the monster seats. Vladimir Guerrero 0-1 the count. Oh man, hello New Hampshire, over everything. Now that was a shot. Vladimir Guerrero, not to be outdone by the lighter hitting teammate Orlando Cabrera, sends one off into the night. And that is number 21 for Vlad, his second RBI of the night and 80th of the year. So consecutive home runs against Schilling, and he may not be around much longer in this game. The way it's gone, he's allowed 8 hits, including 6 for extra bases.
Well, Curt Schilling continues to be aggressive. That was a split this time at 86. But that is a hanging split, and Vlad, when he reaches the dugout, will be saying to Cabrera, little man, that's how you hit him.
I mean, the way he swung at it was like he was just trying to do what he did.
Well, he tries that every swing.
Garrett Anderson, that ball is drilled but just fouled.
Well, Curt Schilling's split finger, normally it looks like a fastball and then drops. But with Vladdy, that looked like a fastball and went out like a hanging slider. Look at the eyes.
Schilling looked astounded by that, and the splitter, and Garrett Anderson just got a piece of it. Schilling has allowed 5 runs in 2+ innings in this game. And that is the most runs that he has allowed in any game all year at Fenway, whether early or late or whatever. He is 8-0 here this year. And the splitter in the dirt, the strikeout, Garrett Anderson. Van Buren is up in the bullpen. Jermaine Van Buren, the right-hander, and the Red Sox in only the 3rd inning. Has something going. Schilling allowed a run and 3 hits in the 1st inning, including a double. He allowed 2 doubles and a triple in the 2nd inning, 2 runs, and home runs from Cabrera and Guerrero to start the 3rd inning.
A lot of things will run through Terry Francona's mind now. Do I need to get him out for pitch count and rest him for August and September? I don't want to damage even my veteran psyche and get him really off the beam. So between thinking that he can muscle through this game and give me some innings, or is it time to get him out and rest the 39-year-old for our possible playoff run? All the different things that run through a manager's mind inside of one game.
Juan Rivera. Now, Rivera has been the hottest of all the Angels in their hot month of July. Remember, they were 18-6 this month coming into the game tonight. And Rivera has really been the, even beyond Vlad or anybody else, leading the way offensively. But Schilling struck him out the first time. So here they're clobbering Schilling, and Rivera has not been involved.
And Rivera is a 5-tool player. came into this year really understanding that he was going to get a full year's at bats, and that's what the Angels always thought he would need. Had a great spring training, came off with a fast start at the beginning of the year, and then ended up with a oblique injury that took him out. But now that he is back, he is again knowing he's going to get consistent at bats, and has really covered up his hole.
1-2, and a high foul that would go out of play.
And the hole that he had, John, is really the breaking ball away, and Mickey Hatcher, the hitting coach, moved him up a little closer to the plate, and it has really helped him a lot with the breaking ball and the consistent at bats.
That's the voice of Oral Hershiser. I'm John Miller, along with Bonnie Bernstein. Oral is here with Joe Morgan off in Cooperstown with his fellow Hall of Famers on Induction Sunday. And the Angels have stunned Curt Schilling and the Red Sox early on here, and there's a ball deep into left center field, and gone! Another home run! Now Rivera has joined the parade. The third home run of the inning. That one just crept in over the big wall out there. His 10th home run this month. It is 6-1 Angels. And Curt Schilling is sustaining the worst beating that he has taken all year long. Cabrera, Guerrero, and now Rivera have all gone deep, and there's ball 1-2 high to Howie Kendrick, who hit a double leading off the second inning, starting a 2-run rally. And the splitter is fouled into the batter's box.
It's a very impressive approach to Curt Schilling today, and the focus and intensity that the Angels have as a team after coming off that tough loss yesterday. Curt Schilling has been missing his locations. The Angels have been aggressive, but not only aggressive and free swinging, but making solid contact, and really have tremendous focus. Like, we know we're the California Angels and you're the Boston Red Sox. We know we had a tough loss last night. We know we're facing Curt Schilling, but we're here to play and play you tough.
Coco Crisp over toward right center. And that is the second out of the inning. The 8th batter that Schilling has retired. He's faced the Angels, actually only the 7th batter out of the first 16. They've had 9 hits and 16 at bats so far against Schilling, including 3 doubles, a triple, and 3 homers in 3 innings.
In the dugout, they'd be saying sarcastically, he's not missing any bats.
Here's Napoli, the big curveball, and it is 0-1. So now the home run guys are all sitting together in the Angel dugout comparing notes on, well, on my home run I did
tres amigos.
In the dirt, and back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Angels are running the first, 2 in the second, 3 here in the third.
Always stroke the hitters when 3 of them hit home runs for you. When you're John Lackey and you need your seat, make sure you give a little high-five fist before you take it back. If they keep hitting home runs, he should sit somewhere else.
And that's a strike on the outside to Napoli. Napoli hit 31 homers last year in the minor leagues in Double-A ball. And this year, remember, Benji Molina used to be the catcher, the veteran, and became one of their top hitters as well. He's now with the Blue Jays. And Napoli, the more they see him, the more they like him. The inning is at long last over. 3 homers. Now stay tuned. In 60 seconds, we'll have news from the trading deadline coming up tomorrow from Steve Phillips. Back in 60 seconds.
My kids call me the finisher. Finish up in there.
Okay.
Finish your homework?
Yes.
Finish your vegetables. Something I thought I was finished with? Managing my acid reflux disease. I thought it was just bad heartburn, but my doctor said over time, stomach acid was damaging the lining of my esophagus. She prescribed Nexium. Said I needed more than heartburn relief. My esophagus needed repair. 1 prescription Nexium pill a day not only relieves my heartburn, it healed erosions in my esophagus. So I don't just feel better, I am better. And with the Purple Plus program, I get advice on nutrition, exercise, even ways to save on Nexium. My doctor did say headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain could be side effects of Nexium, and other serious stomach conditions may still exist.
Talk to your doctor about the healing Purple Pill.
I tell him you shouldn't do anything halfway. Let's finish up.
If you're without prescription coverage and can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Fenway Park, the Angels leading the Red Sox 6-1 going to the last of the third inning, and we're joined now by Baseball Tonight's Steve Phillips from the studios. And Steve, welcome. The Yankees made the big trade today. They got the big catch, Bobby Abreu from the Phillies. What about the Red Sox? What about the Angels, our two teams here tonight? What's happening there?
Well, both clubs are very active right now, certainly. The Boston Red Sox looking to add pitching help, either starting rotation or in the bullpen. But Theo Epstein's always been creative, and what they're looking to try to do is to reconfigure the team. A lot of talk about them trying to get Julio Lugo from the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and then possibly using a Mark Loretta or using a Mike Lowell to spin off either to San Diego or elsewhere to bring back some pitching in a deal. A lot of talk about the Red Sox in a 4-team trade with the Rockies, Tampa Bay Devil Rays, Padres. Theo Epstein trying to be creative to land some pitching. Also some thought maybe of a Loretta-Lugo swap as well, straight up. For the Angels, it's all about offense. The pitching's been great. We've seen that tonight. They're looking for offense. We've heard a lot about Miguel Tejada, although he says he doesn't want to play third base, which is what the Angels would want to do. Alfonso Soriano now the target for the Angels, and Artie Moreno, the owner for the Angels, desperate to make a big move to land some offense for this team. So both teams very active right now, John.
All right, and Steve, as the Red Sox come up with Kevin Youkilis, the leadoff man here, Cora, and then David Ortiz to follow. Is it still possible, do you think possible or even likely that Soriano could remain in Washington, or is he going somewhere?
You know, John, I think it's unlikely he stays in Washington. You know, there's a lot of talk that they were looking to try to sign and extend him to a contract, but they haven't exchanged numbers, so I think he's going to get moved. 4 teams still really in the hunt. I think he's gone by 4 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, and so the Angels have a realistic shot at getting him. He could be an Angel by tomorrow?
I think they do. They certainly have the depth and the resources to do it. The question is, do they have the motivation to do it, and are they willing to pull the trigger on giving up some of their prospects? Because they have the guys to get the deal done. They could make the deal right now if they say yes.
All right, Alex Cora, the hitter here. And finally, I mean, the Red Sox, I mean, they just having a pretty good season is not their goal, right? They want to go deep into the postseason and get to the postseason and then go deep. So it seems like they do need another pitcher. What do you think?
Well, I think they do. I mean, they're waiting for Matt Clement and David Wells to come back, but I think that that's a real question mark, and especially after the Yankees just made the big deal, not only to help the offense with Abreu, but Corey Lytle's a great acquisition for New York. The Red Sox need to respond, and Theo is working the phones, trying to do something, being creative to make it happen.
All right. Well, Steve Phillips, many thanks, and we're going to be checking in with Steve again during the ball game for the more big picture. We're focusing here more on the Red Sox and the Angels with this check-in from Steve, but a lot of other things still could be happening. A lot of other teams that want to fortify themselves for the stretch run as well. So we'll be checking in with Steve a little bit later on. I'm John Middle with Oral Hershiser. Bonnie Bernstein is here with us. And I mean, in Boston, you talk about they do need a pitcher. Yes. I mean, they've had the injury problems, but this is also a ball club that in many ways has reworked itself. So almost like a rebuilding has been going on right in front of our eyes while they stay a contender.
Well, very easily we could be talking about the Boston Red Sox being completely out of this. They made a very risky move at third base with Mike Lowell. They brought in Mark Loretta, Gonzalez at shortstop. These are all new faces. You know, what they really need for me is not only a starter, but they need bullpen help. Somebody in front of Mike Timlin out there and Jonathan Papelbon, because it gets a little hairy with the Boston Red Sox in the 7th inning.
So they've got Papelbon, who has been
lights out.
I mean, he's been one of the best in the game.
In the best ever, John, really. Jonathan Papelbon, as a rookie, with any pitcher in Major League Baseball that has more than 50 innings in a season, he has the lowest ERA ever at this point in the season.
Wow.
And the next one would be Dennis Eckersley. So Jonathan Papelbon with his .51 is having a pretty good year.
He's allowed 3 runs in 53 innings.
But you think about the Red Sox bullpen with Big Papi making the late comebacks with all his great hits, and Manny, they need somebody in the 6th and 7th inning to solidify that bullpen to allow them to come back.
And the big curveball from Lackey. A ball and a strike to David Ortiz, who struck out his first time with 2 men on after his big day here yesterday. In the American League East, the Red Sox trying to hold off the Yankees. Now here you got Schilling and Beckett having great starts. Ortiz and Ramirez have been lights out, hitting consecutively in the order. And the Yankees are right there. And the Yankees had nothing but problems, injury problems, the booing of A-Rod. Name a problem, and the Yankees have had it, and yet there they are right there.
Well, you think of the Yankees always going to be outspend you and out-hit you and out-pitch you, but this year really they've out-toughed everybody, and they are right in there because they've been gamers and grinding it out.
Curveball too low.
You know, it was really interesting to hear Steve Phillips talk as a GM and how a GM can impact the standings. You know, I have to respond to the Yankee move now if I'm Theo Epstein. Yeah. You know, they are not batters, they are not pitchers that can do it with the ball and the bat. They can do it with the phone.
Well, Theo could get any number of great players over if he's just willing to trade away one of these great young arms that they've brought in here this year, like John Lester or Hanson.
Well, they are very content or satisfied with this team with all the changes and all the rookies they've brought in and all the moves that they have made, and they don't want to panic and take the long term out of the picture here.
The curveball, and Ortiz takes inside. It's 3-2 now. Manny Ramirez on deck.
You know, the early plan here was that Rudy Cianez and Julian Tavares would be filling that 6th and 7th inning, and they haven't been doing the job, and that really leaves a hole in the bullpen for them to possibly get to the playoffs, because the American League wild card might come out of the Central.
Yeah. And it's ball 4. So that was interesting to me because, I mean, he got a 5-run lead. And now the guy that he never gets out is coming up, who could make this lead all of a sudden just a 3-run lead. Manny Ramirez coming up.
Well, he does attack him like there's a game on the line and not this big of a lead, and all breaking balls. He has decided that Papi's going to have to hit the curveball. And there is another breaking ball. Finally, the cutter at the end. And Papi did a great job laying off, and that is a hitter really making an adjustment, because Lackey pitched him almost the same exact way he did in the first at bat. Papi draws the walk.
Manny Ramirez. Now Manny hit a line shot off the right leg above the knee, off the quadricep area. Although you had a more technical name for it.
The IT band that runs out there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
The stabilizer, sorry.
Off the IT band, one of the stabilizers. And he did not get credit for a hit on it, but he got an RBI as Lackey had to chase the ball down. And instead of just getting the sure out on Manny at first base, he made an ill-advised throw home and did not get anybody out. So Manny now hitting .500 lifetime against Ramirez. If that ball had not hit Lackey's leg, it would have gone into center field for another base hit. 2-1 the countdown. Here's the play we're talking about, Oral.
Well, Manny just drives this ball the way they do in the batting cage, right off the right leg. And
IT band. Yeah.
Sorry. The stripe on the pants. We'll go from all the way from what's going on inside the body to what's outside the body.
Going to really damage that uniform.
Exactly.
2-2 the count to Manny Ramirez.
This guy is panicking right now about him never fixed a pinstripe from a line shot.
Well, there were a lot of people in that dugout and clubhouse and all through Anaheim who were panicking when they saw John Lackey get hit.
The stripe looks fine. I don't know about the leg underneath, but you know the great thing, the landing leg.
It's hit softly and foul.
The landing leg would be the harder leg to get hit on, because it takes all the pressure as a pitcher when you come down the hill, and you don't want anything getting stiff there or weak. With the back leg getting hit, the right leg, that can stiffen up. You can load onto the inside of your back leg, and the back side of that leg where he got hit is not really going to have to fire. So if he's experiencing stiffness on the back leg, the back side is the best place for it, and then he can get down that hill and land on the left leg, which is still healthy. So we talked about earlier, let's see how he functions later in the game, but I think he's going to be fine because of that back leg being hit.
You think they did any kind of work on him between innings after he got hit like that?
We might have saw that because when he came back to get his seat and we saw him in the dugout greet the 3 home run hitters and had to move one, maybe he was up in the clubhouse getting it checked on.
Mike Scioscia, his Angels out in front here, 6-1. The big hit is up for the Red Sox. Ortiz has just walked down Manny. A base hit into left center field. And Figgins having to chase it down. Over to third base goes Ortiz. And Manny's got himself a stand-up double. Another hit for Manny Ramirez against Lackey.
Well, there have been a lot of things about the Angels defense that have not gone well tonight, but Sean Figgins saves them a run right here by hustling into that left center gap. Man, he scorches this ball. That's Cabrera. And as he approaches that 379 sign, you can see the third baseman in him with a backhand down the line, but now he's in center field. Nice slide, nice pop-up, and a very strong arm to get the ball in there and hold Poppy to third base.
And Orel referring to the fact Figgins plays a lot of third base for the Angels, although lately been mostly in center field with East Torres playing at third. Manny Ramirez, by the way, extends his current hitting streak up to 15 games. And I think he's had just a little over 1 RBI per game during that hitting streak as well. Here's Trot Nixon to try and turn this into something. The 2-out walk to Ortiz followed by the double to Ramirez, and it will mean nothing here if Nixon can't bring them in. 2 down in the inning, 6-1. Certainly at Fenway Park plenty of time for the Red Sox to mount a comeback here. And that is in there for a strike, 1-1.
A lot of things on the line here other than those 2 runs, because you will get Curt Schilling emotionally engaged in this game again if he gets these 2 runs back. And it's one thing to get into the bullpen of the Boston Red Sox and pick on the 10th and 11th pitcher. It's another thing to have an energized Schilling back on the mound.
A ball and a strike. And it's too far in. 2-1. Lackey has thrown 55 pitches in this game already. It's only the 3rd inning.
And his 55 and Schilling's 64. Both offenses are wearing these pitchers down.
Runners at second and third, 2 down. Change up. And Nixon, he hurt himself on that one.
He was fooled so bad. Hurt his wrist or something. A good solid changeup, 84 miles an hour. Nixon was so fooled on this. It's a rarity for Lackey to throw a straight changeup, something that Bud Black has been trying to get him to throw more, but you can see the hyperextension of Nixon's bottom hand. You see him grimace in pain right there, John.
And one of the Red Sox trainers is out having a look along with Terry Francona. Looks like they're going to take him out of the game. With a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Trot Nixon hurt badly enough that he's going to have to leave the game.
I would suspect that Willie Mo Pena looked like Terry Francona was mouthing that back to the dugout.
Red Sox going with an 8-man bullpen for the time. In other words, a 13-man pitching staff. So they've only got 4 guys on the bench. And here comes Willie Mo Pena. And he'll inherit a 2-ball, 2-strike count. While he gets himself ready to bat here, let's take a look at our Lowe's home team advantage. And the Red Sox at home, 33 wins, 14 losses, a little bit over 500 on the road. So they're doing the job on the road, but really cleaning up at Fenway Park. They're hitting over 300. So while Fenway may not be a home run ballpark any longer, it is still a great place to hit, and the Red Sox love hitting here. But their pitching has been better at home by a run per game than it has been on the road. They got 33 home games remaining. They played 55 road games already and only 47 here. And they'll finish up in September. A lot of home games left for them late in the season. So here is Willie Mo Pena to pick up this at bat for Trot Nixon.
You know, we've had Steve Phillips on the phone this inning talking about the trade deadline and rumors and what's going on right now behind the scenes with the Red Sox. I know Theo Epstein or one of his assistants is on the phone down to the locker room finding out the immediate impact of Trot Nixon and this injury to see how serious it is, because with the trade deadline they might be looking for another bat also now.
Yeah. And the Red Sox with the Cleveland Indians coming in here tomorrow night, which will be right back here on ESPN, 7 o'clock Eastern time. And Cleveland, a team that has had a very poor year, but a team that can get into your bullpen in a hurry. And very quickly, this inning is over. 2 men stranded onto the 4th inning now. Adam Kennedy, then the top of the order for the Angels, who lead 6-1.
For 2 generations, the little things, the Riddle things, have set Riddle's jewelry apart.
Those personal touches begin here in our Diamond Lab, where our diamonds are graded and laser inscribed with our own laser identification technology. By manufacturing many of our own unique diamond designs, Riddle's customers enjoy exceptional savings, and certified goldsmiths in each of our stores will provide the finest in jewelry design and repair.
When it comes to jewelry, it's the little things, the Riddle things that make all the difference. Riddle's Jewelry.
Sexton Ford is your volume Ford dealer, the only area Ford dealer to win the President's Award. We're #1 in sales and service. Tough as nails. 06 Ranger Super Cab 4x2 is now just $13,895 or $204 per month. Get a Ford Focus at $13,200 or $227 per month. For major savings on pre-owned vehicles, see our enormous inventory of used cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get unbeatable savings on Sexton certified pre-owned vehicles every day.
Oh yeah, Sexton Ford is the talk of the town.
Play.
Oh! Albert!
Now see how they live.
Let's go inside.
With AT&T Home Turf, visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
Baby Ruth is a great tasting candy bar. And when you have peanuts, nougat, and caramel, you don't need bells and whistles. All right, here's one whistle. But no bells. Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
Pickup and SUV. Gasoline and E85 ethanol. Haul and tow. The all-new 2007 Chevy Avalanche, the most flexible vehicle out there.
And where else? We're at Fenway Park. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Curt Schilling back for more in the 4th inning. He's been roughed up tonight, though.
Well, he sure has. And if Curt Schilling was himself, he would be spotting the ball very well, especially low and away to a left-handed hitter and low and away to a right-handed hitter. But tonight, the location has been off.
So here is Schilling. Thrown 64 pitches in the first 3 innings. He's allowed 3 homers, 3 doubles, and a triple. And Adam Kennedy runs up as if to bunt, taking a called strike. Willie Mo Pena stays in the game in right field. And by the way, if you're thinking, wow, it's unfair, Pena strikes out, and he already had 2 strikes before he ever got up there. Well, the strikeout is charged under the rules of baseball to Trot Nixon, which, if you're Trot Nixon and his family, you also feel is unfair.
Yeah, it's almost insult to injury.
He got hurt, and he's back in the clubhouse getting worked on, and then he strikes out.
But if Pena gets the hit, it's his.
Yeah. 1-1 the count. Too far in. 2-1 now to Adam Kennedy. He hit a triple down the right field line, and the ball that took one of those crazy Fenway bounces and got past Trot Nixon. This is Cora, and not in time. Adam Kennedy legs it out, and that is the 10th hit for the Angels.
Well, Curt Schilling has had a rough night so far. That last pitch there, he hit his spot, but he's been missing often down the middle. Up too high to Adam Kennedy on the triple. A slash double by Figgins on a high fastball. A hanging fastball down the middle there. And Vladdy makes him pay on that split. And then Rivera, an inside fastball that you might not say missed his spot, but he's been in there and up so often the hitter starts to look for it.
Leadoff man Figgins and Coco Crisp. And that is out number 1. So Figgins is now 1 for 3 in the game. He had a double in the second inning that knocked in a run. So 1 out. Kennedy still at first. And there is the bullpen again with Jermaine Van Buren, the right-hander, getting ready. This is the second time tonight when he gave up 3 home runs in the third inning, Curt Schilling. The second time in his long career that that's ever happened to him. 3 homers in an inning the last time. It happened tonight here at Fenway. The last time, Wrigley Field. And that was against the Cubs in September of 1997 when he was still with the Philadelphia Phillies.
So if a bad outing is going to creep up on Curt Schilling, it's only at old ballparks?
I guess so. If it was, say, at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, wouldn't have happened. And that is too high. 1 ball, 1 strike to Maicer Isturiz, who has doubled and scored a run and has lined out to center. First time and only the second time in his career to allow 3 home runs in the same inning. Vladimir Guerrero, who hit one of them in the hole with Orlando Cabrera on deck. Schilling has, I mean, allowing home runs is not unusual for Curt Schilling. He's allowed 22 this year. Any guy who throws as many strikes as he does is going to allow some home runs. But of the 22 homers he's allowed, 19 of them have been with the bases empty.
Right. A lot of solo. And the strikeout to walk ratio is unbelievable for Curt Schilling. 133 to 18 coming into this game.
Runner goes and a foul right back beneath us. And Kennedy will go back to first base. So the Angels, whatever the score, they're going to play their game. It's 6-1. They've got a big lead, but they're not feeling too comfortable with it, not at Fenway Park.
Well, in some ways, you think about that strikeout to walk ratio I just mentioned, 133 strikeouts coming into this game with only 18 walks, and the Angels' approach to Curt Schilling tonight, very aggressive and attacking his fastball. That would be the right approach. If Schilling was hitting his spots, he'd be getting them out, but he's missing his spots, so that aggressiveness and starting the bat has really hurt him.
They're not just getting hits against him, they're hitting extra base hits. And of the 10 hits that he's allowed, 7 of them have gone for extra bases. 3 of the homers, 3 doubles, and a triple.
The shortest outing of his year this year for Curt Schilling is back on May 10th when he only went 5 innings, and here we are in the 4th, and we could be looking at the shortest outing of the year for him.
2-2. Now this could be 2. Cora with the tag to throw the first double play. So Kennedy ran right into that one. Now stay tuned. In 60 seconds we'll be visiting with Steve Phillips once again from Trading Deadline Central. We'll talk about the big picture, what trades might come down. Back in 60 with Steve Phillips.
The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving, and it don't slow down. The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving.
Round and round.
The wheel goes round and round, keep it moving.
Oh, yeah.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. The wheel goes round and round, round and round, round and round, goes round and round.
Prepare to enter the atmosphere. Okay, we have parachute online. I'll take you right now. Now, if there is life, the Dutch will find it. What is he doing? What is that?
Now we wait.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park. And the Angels have a 6-1 lead over the Red Sox, last of the 4th inning, and we're once again joined from the Trading Deadline Update Studio by Steve Phillips for more insight on the what possible deals could be hatched before the trading deadline tomorrow.
Steve, you know, we just saw Trot Nixon go down with a little wrist or arm injury. What could that do to the Red Sox equation?
Well, it certainly is a factor. I think for Theo Epstein and his front office, they have to evaluate that because they're not really looking to move Trot Nixon, but there was some talk about Willie Mo Pena possibly being shopped around to bring back some pitching. They may now have to pull back a little bit if this looks like a deal of any significance.
All right, what about elsewhere around baseball? We've talked about the Angels and the Red Sox here, what deals they might be involved in. What other big deals have you been hearing about?
Well, we talked about Soriano and how the Angels may be a factor there, but there are other teams on Alfonso Soriano as well. And we talked about the Twins and the Astros, but also the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Nationals just played in Los Angeles. Jim Bowden on the trip. There's a real advantage when general managers get a chance to sit down face-to-face. We're hearing the Dodgers' interest in Soriano spiked up quite a bit, and that face-to-face negotiation may ultimately benefit the Dodgers. Also, the Dodgers being aggressive on Soriano. We're also hearing Ned Colletti, who used to be an executive in Chicago with the Cubs, has a relationship with Greg Maddux. Now the Dodgers trying to make a play on Maddux as well, trying to add some offensive punch and some pitching for their team. Look for the Dodgers 5 games out of the wild card to make a push. The other big bat, Miguel Tejada. We talked about the Angels possibly on Tejada, but all those teams that looked at him to play third base, Tejada said, I only want to play shortstop. The one team where that might fit is the Houston Astros, who are looking to add offense. Just add Roger Clemens. Tejada would be a big addition to that offense on that team. No question about that, John.
Well, I mean, that certainly makes a lot of sense then. So you think there's a likelihood of a deal like that happening?
Well, I think there's a chance. I mean, the Astros are looking, trying to figure out what they are. I mean, they lose again today in a tough loss with Lidge on the mound, giving up another home run. Offense has been the big issue. There's a chance, but for the Baltimore Orioles, they need to return Major League ready impact players. They can't just take AA prospects. They want to turn it around and win. Peter Angelo's the owner, has always been a guy who's been in control of the decisions there, and he said so far they haven't heard any proposal that makes sense. So it's more of an off-season deal, I think. Tough to make that kind of deal for Tejada in season.
All right, and as you said before, though, you think that Soriano, the likelihood is more that he will go by tomorrow.
I really do. Soriano's going to move. I mean, the Nationals said they'd like to keep him. They really haven't exchanged numbers with him to negotiate, so I think it's unlikely. Jim Bowden's going to play it out to the end, try to make the best deal he can, and I think ultimately he does get moved and will be a major impact in whatever race he goes, American League or National League.
The one-out, Varitek having struck out. Mike Lowell coming up, and Lowell, a name that has also been mentioned tonight. Steve Phillips is here with us as the Angels lead this game 6-1. Oral.
Steve, talk about the contender, pretender, or surrender that's out there that general managers have to play through that equation.
Well, it's so tough right now. I mean, you've got to define who you are at this point. I mean, either you're buying or you're selling, you're contending or pretending, and if you're not sure, then you have to stand pat, get into the waiver period, and hope you can make deals. But with so many teams contending, the waiver period, there are going to be very, very few players that get through waivers and can later be traded. The only guys who will be players who have big contracts assigned to their name, and those players tend to be very difficult to move in the month of August. So if you want to make a deal, you better make it now. The other thing, if you have a no-trade clause or a limited no-trade clause, you cannot be put through waivers in August. If that kind of player exists, he's got to get traded now before the deadline. He can't get moved in August.
And Steve, the Mets, I mean, they're way ahead. They just swept the Braves over the weekend in Atlanta, but although they got Pedro back, they could still use another starting pitcher looking down the road for the postseason. What about the Mets? Barry Zito has been mentioned. Anything going on there that you've heard? Well, the Mets have a scout watching Zito, staying on him. But Billy Beane in Oakland, they're not going to move Barry Zito. I mean, they need pitching. They're not going to move him now. I think if they're going to win in Oakland, they're going to have to do it with pitching because the offense has struggled. So I don't think he's available, even if the Mets make young, hot prospect Lastings Milledge available. I think ultimately the Mets may have to settle for a guy like Livan Hernandez, but only if the Nationals pick up some money to take into the 2007 contract year for Hernandez. Otherwise, the Mets stand pat and go with what they have.
With Corey Lytle moving from Philadelphia, do you think John Lieber is still available?
I think Lieber's out there. We've heard a lot about the Texas Rangers on Lieber. Also, Arthur Rhodes, Real Cormier, left-handed relievers may get moved from the Phillies as well and could have an impact on the race. A lot of clubs looking for bullpen help right now. Pittsburgh Pirates have Roberto Hernandez out there, possibly a Solomon Torres in the right deal. everybody's looking for bullpen help down the stretch.
All right, Steve, maybe we'll check in with you a little bit later on. We appreciate you coming on again with us with all that information. Do you think, I'm asking you to go out on a limb now, not on anything specific, but are we going to hear of any big deals, major deals? And I know you've already said so with Soriano. We're going to hear more than just Soriano by 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, I think Soriano's probably the biggest deal we're going to hear about. I think Tejada's going to be tough to move right now. But it's just, a lot of general managers trying to be creative. If they can't find sellers to satisfy their needs, you've got a lot of buyers matching up, looking for ways to reconfigure their team. And look for Theo Epstein. They're going to do something in Boston. Theo's not going to stand pat with the club he has right now.
And many thanks to Steve Phillips. The hard ground ball by Coco Crisp turned into an inning-ending double play. Kennedy to Cabrera, over to Kendrick at first base. Cabrera, Vlad Guerrero, Garrett Anderson, big hitters coming up for the Angels.
The World Series of Darts and the World Series of Poker, Tuesdays starting at 7 on ESPN.
Whoa. These spicy chicken Crunchwrap Supremes are spicy.
Spicy and grilled, so they're good to go.
Spicy and good to go. Have a sip of my soda. Or so tasty, I'm good to go get another one.
Or good to go get a job.
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled so it's good to go. For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
This be great in your dorm room.
Come to Lowe's for your kid's first home away from home.
Got it? Got it?
Okay, son. We can help you prepare for just about everything. Everything but the ride home. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Your risks are always evolving. Shouldn't your insurance stay in sync? Travelers.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
It is 6-1. The Angels leading the Boston Red Sox, and Curt Schilling as we start the 5th inning at Fenway Park. Here is Orlando Cabrera. He led off the 3rd inning with a long home run to left center field up into the monster seats. And that started a home run parade. The Angels started playing home run derby. They hit 3 home runs within the first 4 batters of the 3rd inning. Only the 2nd time in his career Schilling had been touched up for 3 home runs in the same inning. So they got the same guys coming up here. Cabrera, Vladimir Guerrero, and Garrett Anderson, the first 3. It was Cabrera, Guerrero, and Rivera who hit home runs. Rivera due up 4th in this inning. There's Anderson in the hole talking to Ron Renicky, one of the Angels coaches. And there is Alex Cora. And one away here in the 5th inning. Now, here's an update from Scott Reese, a SportsCenter 30 at 30.
Okay, John, a lot of Phillies to discuss, and an ex-Philly, Bobby Abreu, sent to the Yankees along with pitcher Corey Lytle in exchange for 4 minor league prospects. The Yanks will pick up Abreu's salary for both this season and next season. And Chase Utley not going anywhere except possibly the record books. He extends his hit streak to 31 games, the 2nd game of a doubleheader against the Marlins. Details on SportsCenter after the game, constantly on your ESPN mobile, and of course on ESPN News. Guys.
All right, and Chase Utley, the man can hit.
And chasing his teammate Jimmy Rollins, where he had 38.
Yeah.
Now he's up to 31.
He finished the year last year and picked it right up again at the start of this year. Did Jimmy Rollins. 1 ball, 1 strike to Vladimir Guerrero, who has singled home a run and hit a booming home run down the left field line and off into the darkness over everything. To 21 homers, 80 batted in now for the year. Schilling and Vlad. Look at that. I mean, he came right in, almost hit him in the midsection, and Vlad hammered it foul. 1-2.
Well, one of the most intimidating things about Vladimir Guerrero is that he can turn on this fastball even a half a plate inside, and he can reach an off-speed pitch that far off the outside corner.
Well, they're just as if to demonstrate it for you.
It wasn't off speed. It was, again, a fastball, but it was the same width as far as getting out there. We went 8-10 inches inside and he made contact. We're going 8-10 inches outside and he makes contact.
1-2. Maybe the splitter this time. What do you think?
I think you've been burned on your fastball most of the night, that you throw a splitter right down the middle soft and make him chase.
Well, he was thinking right there with you.
Well, the microphone goes down into Kurt Schilling's headset.
I think it's just the other way
Fortunately,
around.
early in the game, it wasn't on. It just got put on right now.
I think it's the other way around, and he was telling you.
Well, there's 2 things a hitter can do. It can be in swing mode or take mode, and make no mistake, Vladdy is always in swing mode.
Yeah. Even if he's not, I mean, he loves to swing the bat.
Well, he swings the bat almost every pitch except for pitches that are 55 feet. But he swings the bat harder than anyone in the game I think I've ever seen, and even in batting practice. I mean, we're down there around the cage getting to talk to the guys and mingling, and Vladdy gets in the cage, and I had to just stop my conversation and watch him swing the bat. He doesn't like get loose and hit a few to right field. He is swinging out of his shoes from the first swing of the night.
I mean, when he hit the home run his last time up there, that's what it looked like he was doing. The splitter, and he just got a piece of that one. 3-2.
Well, there's a 3-2 pitch right there, and it didn't look like it was a 2-strike approach. He just really let it go, and you watch this uncoiling. I mean, he's up, spinning on the back leg, on the front heel, and letting that bat fly.
Right to third, Mike Lowell. And Vlad is retired for the first time in this game. 2 down. Let's go down to Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie?
Well, John, when I was talking to Tito Francona about the aspect of this year's Boston Ball Club he's most proud of, without even flinching, he said the improved defense. And to give you a sense of how troubled things were last year, the infield alone accounted for 70 errors. So in the offseason, Boston basically scrapped the infield except for Kevin Youkilis, moved him to first, brought in Loretta at second, Lowell at third, Gonzalez at short. This time around, how about the best fielding percentage in the majors, something the Red Sox have not done since 1950. And Francona said, I know it sounds strange, but now when the ball's put in play, we actually catch it and we turn plays. And that's not something that Red Sox fans have been used to in the last couple of years.
Indeed. In fact, as you mentioned, 70 errors just by the infield last year, only 24 errors by the infield through 102 games this year. You saw Lowell, there's Alex Gonzalez. They were the left side of the Florida Marlins infield last year. And for a few years, Garrett Anderson will pop up, and Lowell wants this one. And Kurt Schilling has his best inning by far of the night. Now to the last of the 5th, Alex Gonzalez, then the top of the order, Youkilis, coming up, 6-1 Angels.
Hey.
Hey. That'll be 75.
It's usually $30.
I went to Vegas last weekend. Pretty crazy. Although it seemed like you were having a much better time.
So, 75?
Yep.
Nice job on the lawn today.
We aim to please.
There's an easy way to save even more at Motel 6. Just book online at motel6.com. You can't miss. Motel 6, official lodging partner of the PBA.
The more we get together, together, the more we get together, the happier we'll be. 'Cause your friends are my friends and my friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Absolutely, ma'am. I love to sign your baby.
Get together and see Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby, in theaters August 4th.
The more we get together, the happier we'll be.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Правильно, здравствуйте.
Thank you.
Дэвид?
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте. Рад познакомиться. Nice to meet you. Тяжелый, устали, конечно. Ну, сейчас девочки сделают. Хотите кофе? Ну, девочки, знакомьтесь, это Дэвид.
Здравствуйте.
А это наши сотрудницы. Вы должны быть наладить для них, для всех системы CRM, ERP, Database Management. Окей?
What's the international language of business?
PC, server, Windows. Окей?
Да.
Software everyone understands. Microsoft. Software for the people-ready business.
Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park. I'm John Miller with Oral Hershiser and Bonnie Bernstein. Steve Phillips also has been joining us tonight from Trading Deadline Central. We're going to hear from Steve a little bit later on in the telecast, so don't go anywhere. The deals made today in baseball as Alex Gonzalez has a count of 1 ball and 1 strike facing the Angels ace, John Lackey. Lackey's allowed only 4 hits and 1 run, and the run was an unearned run. That's on the outside for a called strike, and Gonzalez didn't seem to agree with that call by Kerwin Danley, the home plate umpire. Gonzalez has been really a revelation here. He played a great shortstop, which they knew that he was outstanding, but he's hit extremely well, and just past Cabrera, it's a base hit for Gonzalez, his 5th hit of the game, and even so, it's been a pretty good night so far for Lackey.
Well, it's a tale of 2 stories of pitchers, with Curt Schilling missing a lot of his locations with fastballs. John Lackey has been very good with his breaking ball, especially his curveball and his cutter, as we see these breaking pitches that have all led to outs, and that a changeup that hurt Trot Nixon. A nice big curveball there, another curveball to Varitek on a strikeout, and you would say, well, he's missing his spots. He's not. Those were all low and in the dirt and getting him to chase.
Youkilis, but Vladimir Guerrero. How about that? Youkilis is up there for just 1 pitch. Is that the first time all year?
He will definitely work the count. But a lot of times with Uke, he will lull you to sleep in his first couple at bats, and then when it's a key at bat, he will jump on that first pitch strike while you as a pitcher are thinking he's looking to work the walk.
Youkilis had singled in the first inning, lined out to short his last time, and now a fly ball to right center on the first pitch. He's seen more pitches per at bat than any other hitter in the major leagues. Now Alex Cora reached on an error by Howie Kendrick in the first inning and flied out to left center in the 3rd. He is 0 for 2 officially, and it is strike 1 to Alex Cora. You know, Wade Boggs, when he was here, now a Hall of Famer, first came up with the Red Sox, and Boggs would almost never swing at the first pitch. And when Joe Morgan was his manager, not my partner, the Boston Joe Morgan, he used to say, you know, Wade, everybody knows you're not swinging at the first pitch. They're just throwing a fastball right down the middle. Because every once in a while, I'm not saying doing it every time, but every once in a while, swing at that first pitch so that they, you know, keep him honest a little bit. And so that day, Boggs, in early at bat, swung at the first pitch and just hit the daylights out of it right to the second baseman for an out.
Okay.
And Joe said that was the last time he swung at a first pitch for like 3 months, you know, so.
Well, it's all about results. I mean, adjectives are about execution and results, and baseball players being as superstitious as Wade Boggs was, holy smokes, this is a guy who ate chicken every day and did a lot of different things to make sure that he was going to get hits.
Yeah, or about 3,000 something of them.
Well, that's a lot of days of superstition.
Alex Cora, and the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cora with David Ortiz on deck.
And Wade Boggs being in the Hall of Fame, and this being Hall of Fame weekend, and me getting the benefit of being here with you, John, and Joe away from us right now.
My Joe Morgan, the Hall of Famer, my partner here, 17 years on Sunday Night Baseball. That's a base hit up in Cooperstown with his fellow Hall of Famers for the weekend. Stopping at 3rd is Gonzalez, and now the Red Sox They're set up very nicely for their two-headed RBI monster, David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. And a shot to get right back in this game now.
Yeah, with the two big guys in the middle coming up. 63 home runs and 180 RBIs combined coming into this game. Cora setting the table on this Lackey curveball down the middle. Good solid pitch, but remember, left-handed hitters, notorious low and in hitters. Cora doing the right thing, just dropping the head of the bat on this ball down into that right field corner. Slightly different carom than Trot Nixon got, and glad he gets the ball into the infield.
So here is Ortiz, and it's 0-1. He's not had any luck chasing that one tonight from John Lackey. Struck him out in the first inning. Then a very determined at bat in the third. Fouled off some real tough pitches and finally drew a walk.
Huge at bat for John Lackey. They need to get Ortiz out.
Left center field. It's not going to happen. Up against the wall. Gonzalez scores. Cora scores. It's a double for David Ortiz, and suddenly it is 6-3 Angels, and here comes Manny. The 100th and 101st RBIs for Ortiz this year.
Well, another breaking ball, and then he goes right back to the well, but this time Ortiz burns him. I played with another Hall of Famer, Eddie Murray, and he said this game should not be called baseball. It should be called adjustments, and that's what David Ortiz just did in his third at bat of seeing breaking balls and curveballs from John Lackey. He sits on it. Lackey doesn't execute the perfect one, and he drives it into the left center gap and puts Boston back in this game.
So, remember, yesterday, the Red Sox were down by this very same score in the 8th inning and came back and won the game. So here is Manny Ramirez as they chant his name.
Well, the reason I said the Ortiz bat was so huge is because he gets David out. He's got second and third and 2 out, and he's got first base open against Ramirez, who is the key guy that he can't get out. Now the momentum and the snowball has started down the hill, and he's facing the guy that he really is his nemesis.
Manny is 1 for 2 with an RBI tonight. He doubled his last time up there. That curveball, center field. Figgins, he's got it. Well, he hit it very hard, but with some topspin on it and into the glove of Figgins. So the 2 times he's gotten him tonight, so to speak, Manny has just clobbered the ball both times.
Well, Manny has hit all different pitches from him, and that hanging breaking ball right there, you know, in the back of Manny's mind, he's going, I hit it good, I felt good, but he wanted to put that one in the monster seats. This is a hanging breaking ball. Fortunately for John Lackey, it's on the outer half, because if that ball's even an inch more of the plate, Manny's extension doesn't expend, and he gets to stay on it, but he just gets it off the end of the barrel of the bat. Hits it hard, but the topspin comes from the full extension, John, and he had to kind of roll over it a little bit.
Willie Mo Pena, 1 ball and no strikes. This is his official first at bat. He came up after Trot Nixon injured himself swinging at a changeup. And Pena ended up finishing the strikeout. Speaking of the monster seats, there it goes high off the wall. Scoring is Manny. Now it's a 2-run game. So Pena, who was not supposed to be in the game, knocks in another run, and 3 runs are in.
Well, we've watched John Lackey tonight execute the breaking ball and get through the order a couple times, but this last time through, it almost looks like the Red Sox know what's coming. He's either possibly tipping his pitches or just missing locations. Willie Mo Pena inserted for Trot Nixon because of the injury to his hand. Makes John pay. That ball hit off the end of the bat. Willie Mo Pena broke his bat.
The bat snapped in 2.
Off the end, but this is Fenway, and that wall is very close.
I love that reaction shot by John Lackey. I break the guy's bat in half, and he gets a double?
Well,
are you kidding? So here's Varitek. And he is the possible tying run of the game. 3 runs are in.
Well, with the Red Sox looking for pitching right now, Willie Mo Peña's double makes Theo Epstein feel a little bit better about trading Bronson Arroyo, but they sure would love to have Bronson Arroyo back, who's now in a Cincinnati uniform. But that trade earlier in the year has been second-guessed for a while because of the injuries to David Wells and Matt Clement and the depleted starting rotation.
Well, Peña hitting over 320 now, but he's only had 121 at-bats. He was on the disabled list for a good long while. Tonight, the Red Sox 2 hits and 10 at-bats with runners in scoring position. And both of those hits came in this inning. The double by Ortiz and the double by Willie Mo Peña. And I'm sure that Terry Francona would like to see what might have happened if that bat had not snapped in 2.
Yeah, the Sox have had 5 doubles tonight. They'd like to have a few more of those with people on base, but they've been setting the table well.
6-4. Varitek has doubled. Past the bag at third, and he has also struck out in this game. There's Kurt Schilling. We had a game earlier this year on Sunday Night Baseball where Mark Burley gave up 7 runs in the first in Minnesota and got the win. And Schilling gave up 6 in the first 3, and this one is still going here in the 5th inning. Ball 4 to Varitek, and Buddy Black, the pitching coach, is going to go out now to chat with John Lackey as Mike Lowell gets ready to bat.
Well, sensitive time here for both managers. You have Schilling over there, and in baseball terminology, hasn't spit the hook yet, but officially he has been caught, gaffed, he's in ice, he's in the boat, and right now he's starting to wiggle around in that ice and maybe not only spit the hook, but get a W.
The W part I understand. W, that's a win.
W, that's a win.
That's a win, yeah.
Okay.
I got that
They
part.
catch the fish.
Yeah.
They gaff it by the side of the boat and pull it in.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
put it in the ice.
Okay.
And now he's been in the ice for a while. He's been down so much
Schilling
in this game. Schilling is the fish.
Yeah, okay.
He's now flapping around in the ice and might knock the top off the ice chest, get onto the deck, and then get back in the water and get a W.
Okay.
Get back to his life.
Get back in the water is the W.
There, you follow it?
I'm going to use that now when Joe gets back.
Well, that's the baseball terminology of the pitchers that, you know, it happens.
Here we go now to Lowell. Lowell trying to hook John Lackey.
Exactly.
And then get the gaff him. Yeah.
Get him in the boat.
All right.
Give him the L.
Which could help.
Which is like a hook.
Schilling get off the ice and back into the water and get the W. All right. I'm going with this whole nautical fishing theme now for the rest of the night. 0-2 to Lowell. He has grounded out and singled. He had 4 hits in the first 4 innings, and now 4 so far here in the 5th inning alone, plus a walk. Peña at second, Varitek at first. Look out! And that got Lowell, or he says it got him, but the plate umpire Kerwin Danley doesn't think so. He's calling Lowell back. And here comes Terry Francona to argue the case as well.
A lot of times, John, here, umpires go by the hitter's reaction. A lot of times you've been hit and you stay in the box and you don't get your base. Here, Lowell reacts immediately and runs down to first and expects to get his base and is not getting it. And Kerwin Danley says the ball did not hit you. I think I saw it change direction.
Looked like the ball. Now let's listen in real time. Did we hear a ka-thunk?
I didn't hear it. I know Terry Francona is talking about Lowell's reaction.
Looks to me like it did get redirected a little bit there. I think it hit him
a little bit, and I think Mike Lowell is the biggest determiner here. Very hard for Kerwin to know exactly. He's back there, the highest of integrity, putting a great effort on it, but that hitter's reaction tells me that Mike was hit.
I mean, he did react instantaneously to it. And the curveball for the strikeout. And Lowell tosses his helmet. And he is not being ejected from the game, but I think he'll have to pay a fine for that one. And that is how the inning ends. Juan Rivera coming up in the 6th, 6-4, LA.
All wireless stores are not the same, and none are better than That Wireless Store. What wireless store? That Wireless Store, with locations in the Quad Cities, Galesburg, Dubuque, Burlington, Cedar Rapids, and Peoria. Right now, sign up for service at any That Wireless Store and get a free Razor phone, up to 4 additional phones, and plans starting as low as $39.99. That Wireless Store. What wireless store? That Wireless Store, offering you service for Verizon, Sprint, or Nextel, with 7 locations in Iowa and Illinois. Visit one today.
Did you know there's no such thing as Canadian bacon in Canada? Scotland Yard is located in England. And French toast was invented in New York. So you shouldn't be too surprised that all 3 of these big Toyota models are assembled right here in the United States. In Indiana, actually. Just in case you want to look smart at a party. Lease a new Tundra double cab for just $269 a month. Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward.
Close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. Because you're mine, I walk the line.
Cheez-It packs so much real cheese in such a small bite, people are wondering.
How does Cheez-It do it? I know. They just... Cheez-It. Cheez-It.
Lots and lots of cheese baked into little bites. Cheez-It, the big cheese.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Levi's, the original. Find your style at levisstore.com.
Sunday Night Baseball. Here's one of the home run balls. 3 home runs hit tonight by the Angels, including a couple up into the monster seats back in the 3rd. I'm John Miller with Oral Hershiser and Bonnie Bernstein at Fenway Park. And there is Jermaine Van Buren on the pitch. And Van Buren, big and strong, was a closer in AAA last year with the Chicago Cubs for their Iowa AAA affiliate.
Yeah, the pitcher of the year there in 2005 with the Iowa affiliate. Came back on July 18th up here and tossed a scoreless inning on Wednesday after his recall from Pawtucket. Solid major league fastball with kind of a lights-out slider, but inconsistent command.
More baseball from Fenway Park tomorrow night on Monday Night Baseball, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, with the Cleveland Indians in town, and David Wells will return from the disabled list to make the start for Boston. So Van Buren with a fastball for a called strike to Juan Rivera. Tomorrow night, Paul Byrd, the veteran right-hander, against the ancient one, David Wells. And Terry Francona got very high hopes for the return of Wells, that maybe he alone would be like a late season pickup. That's a base hit for Rivera, who homered his last time. He's now 2 for 3 in the game. This is the 4th time that Van Buren has been up with the Red Sox this year. They had him up for a week in April. They had him for 2 weeks in May and June, and later in June for another 6-day stretch, until, as Oral mentioned, he was brought back 12 days ago from Pawtucket.
It's a good, solid big league arm. He has almost a strikeout an inning down in the minor leagues. Terry Francona just looking for someone to give him extra help at the tail end of his bullpen in this long relief role, someone that can hold down the fort so that Boston offense can come back.
This is not what they expect when Schilling is pitching. The 5 innings for Schilling tonight equals his shortest outing of the year. He's been an innings eater.
Back on May 10th, he has been a real workhorse.
And he almost always takes him into the 7th inning or later in his games. And And really, it was a credit to Schilling. As badly as things went the first 3 innings tonight, he still went back out there and gave them 2 more innings and gave them a chance to get back in this game, which they did. They get the 3 runs in the 5th. It's only 6-4 now. It was 6-1.
And a Kurt Schilling that is off his game is better than usually any long reliever in baseball.
Howie Kendrick, the hitter. Kendrick made a very nice catch on a pop-up hit by Alex Gonzalez to end the 2nd inning. It was a ball that was headed into the first row of the stands, and a very notable Red Sox fan had a chance maybe to keep him from catching it. There's Ben Affleck along with his wife, Jennifer Garner. That is a fair ball off the railing, ricochets to Manny, and that will keep Rivera at second base. A single for Howie Kendrick. And this is the play that Kendrick made with a runner at 3rd and 2 down in the 2nd inning. Got there, reached into the stands, and there was Ben Affleck. Oh, you know, and maybe it would have been interference. He didn't lean that far into the stands.
Yeah. Ben should have got him on the arm. Well,
Fans who attempt to interfere with balls in play will be ejected, it says.
But that's a ball in play when it's over the fence in territory of the field, not in the stands.
If it crosses the plane of that low wall there, then it's fair game.
Yes, it is. In foul territory.
And Ben was probably just trying to protect Jennifer.
Correct. He didn't care anything about that souvenir. He couldn't afford a baseball. He needs to get a free one.
1 ball and no strikes to Mike Napoli.
Look how disappointed he is.
I mean, they booed him. They booed him for letting Kendrick make that catch.
She looks like she's consoling him.
It's even worse now. They just gotten lit up, you know, and it was 10-1 or something. Now they're back in the game.
If they lose by a run, they can blame it on Ben.
And that home run that Alex Gonzalez would have hit if Kendrick hadn't caught that pop-up. 2-0 the count to Napoli, who has grounded out and struck out. So he's 0 for 2, and he is the only Angel who has not had a hit in this game. They've had 12 hits already. The Red Sox bullpen is getting busy back of Jermaine Van Buren as the count goes to 3-0.
Well, the Red Sox have climbed back into this game 6-4 with Napoli up there. We talked about his power earlier. He has the most home runs, 12, of any rookie in the American League. So his power is there. And this could help the Angels really get back out on top by a long way.
And Van Buren stays away from him. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Adam Kennedy coming up.
Well, we heard a smattering of blues right there from the Fenway faithful.
And we have Al Nipper, the interim pitching coach, out to the mound to visit with Jermaine Van Buren with Adam Kennedy coming up. Bonnie Bernstein standing by downstairs with more on Howie Kendrick.
Howie, I'll tell you, John, has really been the ultimate utility guy for the Angels in his rookie year. Initially, he was going to split some time with Adam Kennedy at second base, but because of the revolving door LA's had at the corners, he's played some third base and some first base. Only been at first base tonight is actually his 5th time ever. He didn't even play first base in the minors, and he's told, and you could have seen earlier in the game, that he's still trying to get the bearings at this position. I don't know if Mike Scioscia has manager's pets or teacher's pets or what have you, but I think it's fair to say that Kendrick might be one of them. He absolutely loves this guy's work ethic. He's out every day taking grounders at first and third during batting practice, and he was telling me that discipline, that work ethic, comes from his grandmother, who was the disciplinarian in his family when he was growing up, and she was always on me, he said, telling me to treat others well, work hard no matter what you do, have respect for yourself, and you see that coming to fruition with Kendrick right now.
Well, those are great values for all of us to live by. Adam Kennedy, the hitter, with the bases loaded. Howie Kendrick, the runner, over at second base, and a changeup from Van Buren, very high. Now Varitek's going to go out and try to counsel Van Buren a little bit here.
Jason Varitek wears the C on his jersey, and that is for a very a great reason, because he does take charge, and he is the captain on the field and in the locker room, one of the best prepared catchers in all of baseball. You will see him in front of his locker hours before the game, going over scouting reports, not only on the first day when the team comes into town, but every day, depending on who's pitcher and what reliever may be on the mound.
Bases loaded. The Angels threatening to get a lot of that lead right back here. And Van Buren misses with a fastball, 2-1. Adam Kennedy's one of those guys, although you would think for a hitter everything's in his favor with the bases loaded, but he's hitting only 209 lifetime with the bags loaded. Seems to go the other way. He's a better hitter when there aren't a bunch of guys out there. 2-1 the count. The infield double play dead. Van Buren, the ball just not going where he wants it to go now. So now it's 3-1. They got nowhere to put him. The bases are already loaded. So the pitch he's been trying to avoid throwing, he needs to throw right now. I mean, what do? You 3-1, base loaded? You just have to throw one down the middle, or what?
You want to give up a run right here, and you want to go for the double play. Stay away from the crooked number and throw a strike.
3-1. And he went down and in with that one, and Kennedy had a big rip at it. 3-2.
At least he made an adjustment. He missed high and away to go to 3-1. And now he missed low and in right there, and Kennedy gave him a break and fouled the ball off, being aggressive.
The A's won their game coming from behind in the 9th inning on Milton Bradley's 3-run homer off B.J. Ryan of the Blue Jays. The Angels a game back right now in the tightly bunched American League West. 3-2. That's into center field. And Coco Crisp. And this is going to be a double play. No. The throw offline, although he had him out by plenty. But the runner from third base, Rivera, did not score. So they got nothing at all and nearly got a double play at first base.
And we're going to circle Coco Crisp. Look how far back out he is. And Kennedy with this line drive. Watch how far he comes to get to this ball. There's been a lot of highlights on baseball tonight of Coco Crisp laying out, and that one's the first one I've seen into that right center gap. We've seen him go into the left center gap and catch backhands, but here the forehand flat out on the belly, landing gear down, picking the base. He had two shots, either first or third. He tried first, a little bit offline.
Now Figgins picks him up with a base hit to right field. Rivera in to score. Kendrick started back to second, fearing that ball might be caught, and he gets only as far as third base. Napoli over to second. So Sean Figgins, first ball swinging, knocks in a run. It is 7-4. And the base is still loaded, only one out. And the only out coming in that great catch by Coco Crisp. And Terry Francona is going to go to his bullpen. Julian Tavares will be summoned. Sinker baller coming in to face Isturis. The Angels ahead 7-4. We'll be right back.
This is what it's like when you're looking for a car on Autotrader.com. It's the only place you can see almost 3 million cars. The largest selection of cars anywhere. And when you search from a selection this wide, no matter what you're looking for, on Autotrader.com, you'll find exactly the car you want, just like that. So why go anywhere else? Autotrader.com, the smarter place to buy and sell a car.
It's back to school, and Best Buy's got what kids need to succeed, like laptops with fingerprint scanners for extra security, convertible notebooks that let you jot notes directly on the screen for new ways to learn, and media center computers that let you record, watch, and pause live TV. Check out the Gateway Convertible Notebook with dual-core technology. It's a perfect blend of performance and creativity. Save big for back to school, now at Best Buy.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
Honey, remember when you asked me to spice up your food?
Yeah?
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Spicy and grilled, so it's good to go.
Whoa, spicy. And grilled, so it's good to go. Good to go?
Good to go.
The new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme. Shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices with melty, crunchy, cool Taco Bell tastes. Loaded into a flour tortilla and grilled, so it's good to go.
He's good to go.
For a spicier way to go, think outside the bun.
Back at Fenway Park, the Angels trying to get right back into a much larger lead. They led at one point 6-1. Then the Red Sox made it 6-4. The Angels have a run home, though. Here in the sixth, the bases are still loaded, only one out. Maicer Izturis coming up against the reliever, Julian Tavares. And there is Tavares, the veteran. He's been around for a long time, a sinker baller.
A sinker baller that has had tough time with his command when the ball has been moving a lot this year. It's been when it's for balls, and it's been a lot straighter when it's for strikes, and that leads to a bad year for a sinker baller.
Bases loaded. He wants a ground ball to get out of this inning. There's ball one to Maicer Izturis, a slider missing. The runners, Kendrick, Napoli, and Figgins from third back around to first. There's Kendrick at third and Napoli at second. Figgins over at first. They pulled in at the corners. You saw Euclid there, Shaw at first. And the fastball off the outside, 2-0.
You can see the movement from Julian Tavares, losing the ball wide right and flat, and that's the kind of pitch that has gotten him in trouble.
So he needs a big pitch right here, 2-0. That's a foul off the left field side. 2 balls and a strike to Izturis, who has doubled, lined out to center, and grounded into a double play. I mean, kind of astonishing when they had the bases loaded that the diving catch by Crisp in center field, number one, didn't score anybody, but number two,
didn't turn into a double play.
I mean, he had the runner at first base just dead to rights. That's a liner down the right field line. That's going to be in there. Base hit. Pena over to cut it off in front of the wall. Scoring is Kendrick. Here's Napoli. He scores. Around third and stopping is Figgins. A double from Maicer Izturis. And now it is 9-4. The 3 runs the Red Sox got in the 5th inning have been matched by the Angels here in the 6th.
Well, we've seen the wide sinker. Now here a slider that's kind of flattened over the middle of the plate. Again, a low and in pitch for a left-handed hitter. You don't want to throw it in that sweet spot too often. As we saw Alex Cora have that same type of hit from the left side on a breaking ball. Low and into a lefty is a dangerous place to go.
Izturis with his second double of the game. The infield comes in now for Orlando Cabrera. To strike over the outside, throw to third, and back to the bag with a dive is Figgins. Snap throw there by Varitek, but not even a tag attempt there by Lowell.
Jason Varitek trying to find an out for his pitchers any way he can, thinking that maybe the Angel runner Figgins, who had the wide turn at second earlier in the game, made a mistake, might make a mistake right there.
Sinker down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike from Tavares to Cabrera with Vladimir Guerrero on deck. So the Angels have 3 runs in already. They got the guys up here who could make this 5, 6, 7 run kind of an inning. Crisp back in center. Figgins will be able to score easily on this one, but also tagging is Izturis, and another very really extraordinarily weak throw by Coco Crisp. So a sacrifice fly for Cabrera, and it is now 10-4 Angels.
Coco Crisp is known for his range, but not his arm. One of the reasons that he has to play center field because of the grade on the arm. You can't put him on either corner. He can charge the ball very, very hard to try and cut down the advancing of runners. But I got to believe that ball slipped out of his hands. That was too weak a throw for any big leaguer.
Here's Ladd. That's a called strike. On the other hand, if he'd thrown out Napoli at first base after making that great catch,
have a different inning.
Entirely different inning. And the Angels with a 4-run rally after earlier having 1, 2, and 3-run innings. Let's see. It's a kind of a scoring progression that's bad news for the Red Sox.
Vladdy has produced runs all year, and he's produced them with some prodigious shots tonight. If it's a little farther right, it's over the Coca-Cola bottles.
He's out toward the Mass Pike, I think. Yeah. Man, what a shot. And what's more, it looked like he was trying to do that.
Exactly.
Slider off the outside. 1-2. The 4 runs in this inning are all charged to Jermaine Van Buren. The runner at third belongs to Tavares. Van Buren 4 runs, 3 hits allowed in the inning in 1/3 of an inning. He's Torres, the runner at third. Look out. I mean, Vladdy's taking shots at his teammates. And the brain trust down there. There's Ron Renicky.
Oh, there is
Buddy Black.
Oh boy, that's a shank in golf.
Heads up, guy. Oh,
I'm so glad he had the glove on. He ducked. Watch out, buddy. Watch out, Ron Renicky.
2-2. You ever get a hit with a foul ball sitting in the dugout minding your own business?
Yeah, I wasn't watching the game.
So what, you were already thinking about your future career as a television broadcaster?
I was going over to scouting report.
Oh, that's right.
I was doing something productive.
2-2. And a broken bat. There is Gonzalez. Nice play.
1-6-3.
Just off the glove of Tavares. 10-4 though. The Angels leading. Coco Crisp and Gonzalez coming.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
I'm full!
Taco Bell's Big Bell Valley menu with filling items like the Grande Soft Taco with double the beef. To keep your stomach and your wallet full, think outside the bun.
The Audi Q7, the SUV from the creator of Quattro.
How did you become such a great master?
Yellowbook.com.
Yellowbook.com?
Everyone is searching for something.
Isn't Yellowbook.com for buying stuff?
After all, it is a material world. Let's say pizza makes you happy. Just type in what and where.
But Master, how do you show them the way?
Yellowbook.com has a map feature. Infinite information. Yellowbook.com.
Quick, local, reliable.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
Scott Reese, Steve Phillips with a SportsCenter in-game update. Chase Utley front and center. He'd already extended his hit streak to 31 games. Heck, why not add a long ball, huh?
Well, the Philadelphia Phillies are now Chase Utley's team.
Well, the New York Yankees were Johnny Damon's team, at least for today. Not one, but 2 solo home runs. And the Yankees double up the Devil Rays 4-2, Steve.
Well, Damon has a big day, and obviously he's going to be okay. But I think the big question now for the Yankees is Gary Sheffield and how he's going to handle Bobby Abreu arguably taking his position. It's certainly an issue the Yankees are going to have to manage.
Well, that's a very good point indeed. John Miller, Oral Hershiser, Bonnie Bernstein back here at Fenway Park. Coco Crisp leading it off against John Lackey. And it has a count of 2 balls and no strikes. Crisp, then Alex Gonzalez. And leadoff man Kevin Youkilis due up third in the inning. Crisp is 0 for 2 in the game against Lackey. But because there are some ramifications that Sheffield, there's an option on his contract for next year, and that has at one point has already been an issue. And you've got the 2 right fielders. Abreu has a contract for next year, so it would put it all together. It looks like maybe Sheffield might be out at the end of the year,
possibly.
And how is that going to go down in the Yankee clubhouse? John Lackey now at 100 pitches for the game. 2-2 the count.
Well, you could project the Yankee lineup next year with Posada, Rodriguez, Jeter at short, Cano at second, Phillips at first with Giambi the DH, Abreu in right, Damon in center, and Matsui in left, and that would leave Gary Sheffield out.
Left field, and there is Garrett Anderson. And guys can lose hits at Fenway just like that because the left fielder, because it's so shallow in left field to begin with. Left fielders play very shallow in this ballpark. I'm John Miller, Oral Hershight, Bulldog.
Yeah, you're right, John, about the left fielders playing very shallow. And out here at Fenway, Manny Ramirez has gotten a bad reputation for his defense, but here in Fenway, he's one of the best at playing the wall in the corner. Where his defense has not progressed is on the road.
Here now is Alex Gonzalez. 1 strike to count. Gonzalez has fouled out to first and singled and scored a run.
You know, on that Yankee deal, you've talked about Abreu's option at $15 million. I think Sheffield's option's around 13.
Left center field, and that is up against the wall. Figgins plays to Karam, and hurrying there at Gonzalez, and he just makes it. And was fortunate to have done so. Wow, nice play by Sean Figgins, as if he'd been playing that wall every day.
Very nice. One of the things opposing teams do, no matter how long you've been in the league, as Lackey tries to get away with another breaking ball, a cutter right there, as you learn to play the wall during batting practice. We watched the tag.
Oh.
Got the back leg at him.
Well, I mean, he got him before the guy ever got to the bag. Whichever leg it was
still.
He wasn't on any bag
soon
yet.
Enough.
I mean, it popped up on his slide, which usually you only do when you hit the bag, right? Wow. Here's Youkilis, and the count of a ball and a strike. Youkilis has singled, lined out to short, and flied out to right center.
You know, the ball off the wall, they take these in batting practice all the time, every time you come to Fenway. And the pop-up slide, something I do not like at all, even though that went the way of the Red Sox. The pop-up slide, the front leg starts to bend before it gets there, which keeps you from getting to the bag. And why guys are always called out a lot of times by umpires, and in regular action we think they were safe, because the pop-up slide and the umpire sees the foot bend and the knee bend, and they never get to the bag, as my partner John Miller pointed out a little earlier.
Well, Joe Morgan points out all the time about a straight-legged slide.
Straight-legged slide is the quickest way to get there, and now the pop-up slide is so in vogue.
And Kevin Youkilis is down on strikes, and he's very upset.
The straight-legged slide has gone by the way of generation of Joe Morgan. I can see why Joe would be so upset about it, because we don't see the head-first slide with the reaching of the hands as much, and we don't see the straight-legged slide straight in, the hard slide.
Here's the Angels bullpen now. Brendan Donnelly, the right-hander, and J.C. Romero, the left-hander, up in the Angels' pen. John Lackey, who's up at 109 pitches for this game, working in the 6th inning. 10-4, the Angels out in front, as Alex Cora takes ball one. Now, if Cora could get aboard here, that would bring up David Ortiz, and suddenly something that's not really going on starts to go on here in the 6th.
Exactly.
You get him up there with men on base, and the Red Sox could do some damage. I mean, they're still not out of this game. And that is too high. Of course, his job just get on base one way or the other. Doesn't matter how.
Well, it's so important for the Red Sox to continue to try and turn their lineup over. The other players are there to score runs, but they are there also to set the table and turn the lineup over to get to Poppy and to Manny.
Ortiz had a 2-run double in the 5th inning. He now has 101 RBIs this year. We got the high strike call on that one. 2-1. Since 2003, David Ortiz has had more RBIs. And look at all these RBI guys. Manny Ramirez, Albert Pujols, Miguel Tejada. He's had more than any of them since 2003, which was the year he came to Fenway Park. On the outside corner. Nice pitch by Lackey. 2-2.
Talk about great acquisitions with David Ortiz here, and Curt Schilling, the starter tonight, 42-17 since he's been a Red Sox. A lot of 1-2 punch going on with Ortiz and Ramirez, and then Beckett and Schilling.
2-2. Struck him out and just blew him away. Maybe the final pitch thrown by Lackey tonight. The Red Sox are 2 for 13 in those clutch runners in scoring position at bats.
I'm Pete. I've had nice bosses, mean bosses, short bosses, tall bosses, she bosses, he bosses, they bosses, serious bosses, nervous bosses, and one kind of funny boss. Now I'm the boss, and my plan is to keep the boss happy.
You do what you love. We'll help you keep your investments on track. Fidelity Retirement Income Advantage. Call 1-800-FIDELITY. Smart move.
Bigger isn't always better. Dish Network packages start at just $19.99 a month. So whether you want a little or a lot, you can pick the one that's right for you. Pick your package, pick your price. Dish Network, better TV for all.
Big time! Lil John delivers. Oh yeah. Every time the beat drop.
212, I sweep the awards next year.
I'm with that.
I holla, man.
Every time the beat drop.
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. But they keep coming and coming. Man, I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
After the game on SportsCenter, Bobby Abreu's in pinstripes, but will he get the Yankees to October? The pressure's now on Boston and the rest to deal. Is Soriano next to go? And deal done when Reggie Bush will be in pads. That's next.
Here come the Angels into the 7th inning with a 10-4 lead, and here is the veteran Garrett Anderson. And a foul back out of play. Strike one as Julian Tavares, the 3rd Red Sox pitcher of the game. Curt Schilling went the first 5, equaling his shortest outing of the year. He gave up 6 runs in the first 3 innings of this one. So in many ways, probably the worst start of the year for Schilling. Gave up 6 runs, 9 hits in the first 3 innings of the game, including 3 home runs in the 1 inning. Cabrera, Vladimir Guerrero, and Juan Rivera. Juan Rivera is on deck here.
What a rarity for Curt Schilling to be off his game and to have a lack of control. It's one thing for a team to grind him out. It's another thing for him to be off this far.
0-2. And that came up and got Garrett Anderson.
Garrett's out in front of this pitch and fouls it right off home plate. And I think it comes up and gets him in the chin or the cheek.
Oh,
ooh, just right below the eye socket there.
Man,
he's got enough pain going on in this body to be dealing with this one now. He's got a little bone spur in his heel. Bothers him on a daily basis. If they could have this guy at full strength the whole year, it would have been a little different story for the Angels right now.
He's had a lot of those kind of injuries that have really kept him from being at his best for a couple of years now. He's retired, 1 away. And let's go to Scott Reese. Here's an update, a 30 at 30 SportsCenter update.
Okay, John, the big story in Major League Baseball, of course, Bobby Abreu headed to the New York Yankees, along with pitcher Corey Lytle, in exchange for 4 minor league prospects. The Yanks will pick up all of Abreu's salary for the remainder of this season and through 2007. And Reggie Bush agrees to a 6-year deal with the Saints, expected to be in camp today, but had trouble finding a flight to Jackson, Mississippi, so he will arrive tomorrow evening. Details on SportsCenter after baseball and consistent alerts on your ESPN mobile. John?
Thanks, Scott. And Juan Rivera, he's going to be one of those guys real sad to see the month of July end. I mean, this is the greatest month of his career.
Yes, it is.
And tonight he hit a home run in the third. The third of those home runs hit in the third against Schilling. He singled in the 6th inning, starting a 4-run rally. So Rivera just continues to do what he'd been doing all month. Rivera, so far in July, has had 35 hits and 94 at-bats, 10 home runs. He's hitting well over 370. And he's also had 25 RBIs in there, 24 RBIs in the month. Almost 1 per game. If they win tonight, they will be 19-6 during this month.
Well, talking to Mickey Hatcher, the Angels hitting coach, asked why is this young man so hot. He said, well, he needed more consistent at-bats. We promised them to him and the job. He ended up getting hurt, but the major adjustment to cover the breaking ball that was his hole was to get him closer to the plate. And I said, well, can he get in on a fastball? And he goes, no, he's still quick enough in there. And that's the ball he hit for a home run.
2-2 the count. And by the way, the RBIs haven't all just started happening here in the month of July for him. You go back further, and he's had 36 RBIs in the last 37 games that he started. So he's been an RBI a game for, what, about 6 weeks now.
It's a little different when you have a good average compared to when you can drive in runs. A little differential in the type of hitter, the type of approach you have, because we find a lot of guys that can hit 260, 280, 285, but the run producers are even the next level that you look for.
He's hitting .301 now. He had 16 homers, 52 batted in. He's only had this will be his 250th at bat. So he was on the disabled list. And tonight is only his 71st game played of the year. 2-2. Ooh, struck him out. 2 gone. John Lackey, the Angels starter tonight. Maybe we've seen the last of him. He has been their ace this year. And Bonnie Bernstein with more on John Lackey.
Well, John, we saw Lackey get himself out of a couple of jams tonight. A display of the type of confidence that he's had this season we haven't necessarily seen throughout his entire career. You might remember Lackey won Game 7 of the World Series his rookie season in 2002. But the 2 years after that were kind of rocky. And Angels pitching coach Bud Black was telling me he really didn't think it was until midway last season when Lackey beat John Smoltz, Pedro Martinez, and Dontrell Willis in consecutive starts in June. That's when Lackey started getting the confidence to think, hey, I am among the elite pitchers. Since that point in June, Lackey's had the 2nd lowest ERA in the majors. This season, he's had 3 complete games and 2 shutouts.
All right, Bonnie, and first ball swinging, or the second pitch, the 0-1 pitch, and the breaking ball turned into an out. Gonzalez throws him out. Now, the big guys are coming up. Middle of the 7th inning, David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, Willie Mo Pena. Big-time power coming up with the Red Sox when we come back.
The problem.
I just got divorced. I never established my own credit. How am I going to get a good car?
JD to the rescue. JD to the rescue.
The solution to getting a good car is JD Byrider. Every car and truck gets a comprehensive inspection, and you get a good-to-go warranty at no extra charge. And we don't rely on outside banks for approval, so $299 really can deliver.
Go JD! Go JD!
Good cars for people who need credit. That's JD Byrider.
That's the way, I like it.
You like quality, real meat toppings, fresh dough, not frozen. You like fresh cut vegetables. I'm Papa John, and that's the way I like it too.
That's the way, I like it.
Call now or order at papajohns.com and we'll deliver.
Taste the difference. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Get our 10th birthday special. 2 medium 1-topping pizzas for just $10. Make them large for $5 more.
At heart, the kind that gets on a 250-pound motorcycle and tries to make it fly. The kind that knows that only the desire to win can overcome the fear of consequence. X Games 12 starts Thursday, live at 9 on ESPN.
Baby Ruth is the candy bar for baseball guys. Guys who like peanuts, nougat, and caramel every bit as much as a grand slam. And if you're a woman who likes that stuff, want to go to a ball game? Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
Every day, workers across America cover our good name with dirt, dust, paint, oil, grease, and mud. And you know what? We're fine with that. Dickies, a legend in work.
John Miller, Orel Hershiser, and Bonnie Bernstein back at Fenway, 10-4. The Angels lead, and the trading deadline in baseball is tomorrow at 4 o'clock Eastern time. And Steve Phillips is in Trading Deadline Central. And Steve, you mentioned the Houston Astros early on as a team that could be a buyer. What are you hearing about them now?
Well, today Brad Lidge really struggled. He blew another game, and a lot of phone calls coming to Houston today with teams saying, hey, we want to buy low. We'll take Brad Lidge if you want to get rid of him. And now the Astros looking for a way to add offense. The Texas Rangers have made a phone call saying we'll trade Hank Blaylock for Brad Lidge. That would give the Astros the offense they're looking for, the Rangers the bullpen they're looking for, and then it would allow the Astros to trade Morgan Ensberg to the Padres and replace Lidge with Scott Linebrink. So a lot of phone calls. It's a very fluid trade market, and teams now heating up discussions.
Man, this is exciting. What else? You got some other stuff for us? I'm into this now.
Well, you know, we still talk Alfonso Soriano, still the hot guy out there, and the Angels certainly in on it, but the Dodgers, Jim Bowden, Ned Coletti sitting face-to-face in Los Angeles as the two teams met, and right now it looks like the Dodgers the hottest to trot on Soriano at the moment.
I mean, the idea of trading Soriano is to get some real legitimate young talent because their farm system is a little bit thin right now. But if they don't really get that, why trade him?
Well, because either that or they're going to get draft picks for him. So I think if they can get something closer to being Major League ready than a high school or college player they get in the draft, it makes sense. And the Dodgers have a very, very deep farm system. A good team to be sitting down and talking to if you want to bring back some talent. The Dodgers, very deep.
Yeah, and Ned Coletti's been able to keep all those guys so far. All right, Steve Phillips from Trading Deadline Central. And he'll have more on SportsCenter right after the game, so stay tuned for that as David Ortiz comes up against the Angels reliever Brendan Donnelly on a relief of John Lackey. Ortiz with his 100th and 101st RBIs with a double back in the 5th inning, and he has gone past 100 RBIs before the end of July. That's been a long time since it last happened for the Red Sox, as Kendrick over to Donnelly and Ortiz is retired. The last time it happened was 1950. Walt Dropo and Vern Stevens both did it that year. Say fans, Major League Baseball congratulates Bruce Sutter and 17 pre-Negro League and Negro League legends on their inductions today into the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. And all around baseball, they have been celebrating Hall of Fame Day at every ballpark today. So congratulations to them all. Although I was hoping that Buck O'Neill would at long last be inducted today as well. That would be the only disappointment. A pop-up foul on the first base side. I say foul, and Kendrick is right along the line. And in foul ground, he's got it. And Manny is retired just like that. 2 down.
Well, Bruce Sutter going in today, well deserved. Not the inventor of the split finger, but surely perfected the split finger. Very much a working man's closer.
And the first guy who was only a reliever. I mean, Raleigh Fingers did some starting pitching before he became the closer and the Hall of Fame closer.
Well, if you talk to scouts, pitching comes from everywhere in the draft and everywhere around baseball all over the world. And you never know when it's going to happen for a pitcher. In 1974, Bruce Sutter was about to be released by the Cubs. And the minor league pitching instructor, Fred Martin, said, keep him till June. Let me try and teach him this new pitch. And Fred Martin taught him the split finger, and he ended up in 1979 winning a world championship. Ended up with the St. Louis Cardinals, right?
Bruce Sutter was at times just, I mean, he was unhittable.
Oh, well,
you knew it was coming and you couldn't hit it.
Dusty Baker had a lot of quotes that I was reading online today about the split finger and what it was like to face him. And he said, well, you start you off with that low fastball, and then after that, you knew it. Once you missed that, you were done.
Bruce Sutter into the Hall of Fame. And I was puzzled, though, as great as he was, and certainly deserving of his Hall of Fame induction, I was wondering, what about Lee Smith or Goose Gossage? Yeah.
A lot of sentiment around here going off the pitching track for Jim Rice in Boston.
Yeah. But I was wondering, for the voters,
why the differential?
They thought, well, Sutter, definitely.
Right.
But if they thought that, why not definitely for Lee Smith or Goose Gossage?
Well, Lee Smith, the all-time save leader, I think definitely should be in. And Goose Gossage, in some ways, transformed the game as far as the power reliever and the intimidation factor, and his statistics are right up there.
And both of those guys were also guys that more Gossage maybe even than Lee Smith. I mean, Gossage would come into the 7th inning. He'd get 3 inning saves. He'd get 2 1/3, 2 2/3, things like that. So, you know, Goose Gossage became a closer before it was just pitch the 9th inning and go home. And Willie Mo Pena is down on strikes. So Donnelly out of the Angels bullpen, quieting the Red Sox power. It's on to the 8th inning now, 10-4 Angels.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
I'm full!
Taco Bell's Big Bell Valley menu with filling items like the Grande Soft Taco with double the beef. To keep your stomach and your wallet full, think outside the bun.
In an active life, athlete's foot can break your rhythm. Lamisil AT treats it 4 times faster than other leading products, so you get results on the bottom that work their way to the top. Lamisil AT. Go on with the rhythm of life.
I hope I said that right. I'm Matt Tucker. Welcome to America.
Oh, your Chinese is good.
I worked on it all morning.
Century 21.
The all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe. With 320 horsepower and an EPA estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. Get there like never before. Tahoe, an American revolution.
An important lesson I learned is to never give up.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America teach kids the importance of never giving up.
Home run, Big Papi spikes again!
Big kid, big effort, big smile. I guess that's why they call me Big Papi.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the new Spicy Chicken Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. It's good to go. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Back at Fenway Park, Sunday Night Baseball, and the Red Sox, at the moment, a game ahead of the Yankees. The Yankees won today. Maybe a half game by the end of the night. They're trailing 10-4, and there is Rudy Seañez on the pitch now in relief of Julian Tavares here in the 8th with Napoli, Kennedy, and Sean Figgins due up. And the new catcher has come on as well. Doug Mirabelli replaces Jason Varitek. Varitek with a lopsided score will get a little breather. They get another ball game here tomorrow night. The Cleveland Indians in town on ESPN. At 7 o'clock, David Wells will return from the disabled list. And the slider from the veteran, Seañez, is up and in for ball 1. I like that the report we got from Steve Phillips about this team was calling and they were offering this, and then they turned around, they're calling that team, and I'd like to be a GM just for a couple of weeks.
I'm just glad you're still here because you got so excited. I thought you were going to lose the headset and go off and try and get on the phone and find out from the guys what's going on.
Somebody have that number. Yeah, I just want to listen in. That's all.
Put them all on a conference call and let John listen.
You know, somewhere, some former GM has got to write a book about all the trades that almost were, trades that were proposed,
some of the
trades
best that weren't,
that could have been, except at the last minute this happened. I mean, that might be the most exciting book about trades and the way, and allowing us to put together history as it might have been that's ever been written about baseball.
It'd be great.
I think that they should require all those trade proposals
to be
listed somewhere and be put into an archive, maybe up in Cooperstown.
Well, in the olden days, they were on barroom napkins. They'd all be faded away by now. But now on disc and computers.
Yeah, and voicemails.
Cell phone. And
yeah.
It's a little better now. We probably could get better records.
Yeah. 2-2 the count to Mike Napoli.
Fortunately for Terry Francona, tobacco is kept in the same place in the right cheek.
Napoli is down on strikes. There is one away. Now here's a SportsCenter in-game update.
All right, John, Scott Reese, Steve Phillips in the studio, and our Bridgestone update takes us to Oakland, where Milton Bradley walks off of B.J. Ryan.
Well, big home run right here after Houston Street gave it up. The A's have had trouble scoring runs, and that's the reason why Barry Zito's not going anywhere in this trade market.
All right, so we were hearing a lot about Barry going, right? I mean, Barry Zito. Even when we were hearing about it, it was like, well, how could he be going? I mean, Oakland's in first place. They're gonna make a trade and then win the division without Barry. I don't get it.
Well, Billy Beane, you can see with that AL West, Oakland on top, and you're right. Why would Barry Zito be leaving? But Billy Beane, the type of GM that values assets and sees which one in the market are undervalued and which are overvalued. And if he would have got an overvalued price for Barry Zito, I would have said he'd have pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
But
Adam Kennedy.
It's going to be hard for a team like Oakland, with Scott Boras being Barry Zito's new agent, to re-sign him. But the value of a possible American League West crown might outweigh the loss of Barry Zito. And I think something I should explain after this pitch, John, is that fans sitting at home are going, well, when you're with Barry Zito, why do you not trade him? Well, if you keep him and you offer him arbitration, you get a first-round draft pick and you get a sandwich pick. So negotiations with other GMs start there.
Manny Ramirez almost overran that one.
So GM A has Barry Zito, Billy Beane, and says, well, guys, negotiations start with 2 first-round draft pick quality people, because if I keep him and offer him arbitration and he leaves me, I get a first-round draft pick in compensation and a sandwich pick. So negotiations start there.
Sandwich, you mean between the first and second round?
Between the first and second round. So the 31st pick possibly. And then the sandwich picks are even determined by record also. So you could have the 31st pick. You could have the 37th pick if there's more than one sandwich pick, all the way to 7.
So anyway, it could be valuable picks. We see several guys all the time that were picks as compensation for free agents' loss.
For sure.
Figgins pops out to Alex Cora. Figgins now 2 for 5. And a strong inning for Seañez. Down to the last of the 8th inning, 10-4 Angels.
Hey, batter, batter, batter. Hey, batter, batter, batter.
First base, $58. Second base, 630 pesos. Third base, 300,000 yen. Home, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Fan of the game, wherever there's a game.
You know those dreams where someone's after you? You do everything you can to get away. keep coming and coming. Man, I love those dreams. NCAA football 2007.
Rated E for everyone.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
We prepared for everything.
But not this. Not for something this size.
An extraordinary true story about an event
We're trapped between towers 1 and 2.
that united us
I got 2 cops found in the middle of the rubble, still alive.
and changed us forever.
9/11 showed us goodness we forgot could exist. People taking care of each other for no other reason than it was the right thing to do.
Rated PG-13. Starts August 9th.
You've seen how they play.
There we go. Oh, big puppy.
Now see how they live.
What's up, yo? This is David Ortiz.
With AT&T Home Turf. Visit seehowtheylive.com for exclusive access into your favorite players' worlds.
After the game on Sports Center, Bobby Abreu's in pinstripes, but will he get the Yankees to October? The pressure's now on Boston and the rest to deal. Is Soriano next to go? And deal done when Reggie Bush will be in path. That's next.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Oh, man. Hello, New Hampshire. Sunday Night Baseball from Fenway Park, Boston. I'm John Miller with Oral Hershiser and Bonnie Bernstein. Joe Morgan with the Hall of Famers during induction weekend in Cooperstown. Joe will be back with us next Sunday. We'll be at Shea Stadium next week for the Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies, who made some big moves today, and the Phillies they swept a doubleheader from the Florida Marlins today.
They scored 11 today, didn't they?
In the first and got 9 in the second. In the first game, Ryan Howard walked 5 times, and the 3 guys right behind him in the lineup drove in 10 runs between the 3 of them.
Wow.
Howard was 0 for 0, no hits, no at-bats, but on base 5 times and scored several runs.
Newfound respect for Ryan Howard.
Strike 3 on the outside to Doug Mirabelli. His first at bat, replacing Veritek in the first half of this inning. And Brendan Donnelly, who has been in a slump here lately, is looking pretty strong tonight. He got Ortiz and Ramirez and Pena in succession on 9 pitches in the 7th inning, and strikes out Mirabelli looking to start the 8th.
Yeah, he's given up 12 runs in his last 7 appearances, and prior to that, though, none in 11.
I mean, there was a time when he was the 8th inning guy. And
well, the World Championship year, Brendan Donnelly, a huge part of the Angel bullpen.
He really emerged that year after, what, 9 years or so in the minor leagues.
Yes. Beating around the bushes.
Mike Lowell, the hitter, and that is too high. Right now, he's more or less maybe the 7th inning guy, but they'd like him to reemerge and become more like the automatic that he was there for a while.
Well, you're looking to have him be successful and take a little pressure off Scott Shields, who is the bona fide setup guy for K-Rod. But you would love to have 2 setup guys, because you use your setup guys in tie games as well as when you're ahead. You usually use your closer when you're only ahead, except at home when you can score in the bottom half of the inning. So 2 setup guys are usually necessary for K-Rod compared to 1, and that's the way you'd like your bullpen to function. If Donnelly can get on the horse again the way he was the 11 appearances prior to the 7, when he was really shutting people down, it gives Mike Scioscia and Bud Black some depth to that Angel bullpen, allows this Angel offense, which has been sputtering, to come back sometimes when they're in those games.
Ball 4 to Lowell. Lowell is 1 for 3 tonight. Now draws a walk. And Coco Crisp will come up. He is 0 for 3. I mean, for the Angels, I mean, an oversimplified version of what they're doing is get the lead into the late innings and then let the bullpen take it on home. And Shields and K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez at the end of the games, they're almost without peer.
Automatic until yesterday.
And Shields was, I mean, he took complete blame for the loss yesterday. He was not able to hold that 6-3 eighth inning lead that was handed him. There is
Kevin Gregg.
Kevin Gregg, the right-hander, warming up in the bullpen now. As Chris hits a foul up the first base side. 36,048, by the way, the crowd at Fenway, the 274th consecutive sellout at Fenway Park.
You know, Don, such a rarity yesterday for the Angel bullpen to blow a lead after the 7th inning. They're only the 2nd time this year. 42-2 after a lead after the 7th. That's pretty automatic.
Yeah. I mean, then you look at the Red Sox, John Papelbon, who has been otherworldly. And we talked about that earlier in the telecast. 53 innings pitched by the Boston rookie closer. He wasn't even the closer on opening day.
No, it was very incognito by Terry Francona and Theo Epstein who would be the closer. They were waiting on Keith Folk coming out of spring training, coming back for some injuries. But right away, opening day, Papelbon is out there to get the save. And
Crisp with a high pop-up. Cabrera going out. He's having some trouble with this one. Can't get it. Throws over to second in time. So he got the force out on Lowell despite not getting the catch on the pop-up. So 2 down. Crisp aboard on the force out. And let's take a look now at our passion for excellence presented by Bridgestone Tires. We're talking about Jonathan Papelbon, 29 saves, tied for the major league lead, but a .51 ERA. And there are some other rookies who have made a big impact, like Francisco Liriano of the Twins, 12-2, the best ERA in the majors. Justin Verlander, the monster with the Tigers, throws 100 miles an hour, got 13 wins, tied for the most in Major League Baseball. And Jared Weaver, who finally had a game that he didn't win yesterday. I mean, he didn't lose it either.
No.
It's the first time he's ever made a big league start and didn't win it.
Well, he was on pace to catch Fernando Valenzuela 8 victories in a row as a rookie starter. And right there, really little controversy coming in when his brother was signed and made him go back to the minor leagues when he was first here. And then the brother started to fail, and yesterday had that outing. But Jared really took his brother's job, pitched well enough to stay here and move Jeff on to another ball club.
Jeff Weaver now at the St. Louis Cardinals. Jared Weaver, and they had that 6-3 lead in the 8th inning yesterday. But for only the 2nd time this year, it was a lead that they did not hold for a win. The Red Sox came back in the 8th to tie it and won it in the 11th on David Ortiz game-ending base hit. Alex Gonzalez, 2 for 3. He's had a single and a double. Red Sox are down here 10-4 in the 8th inning. Brendan Donnelly in his 2nd inning of work. 2 down, runner at first. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. The Red Sox have had 30 games this year in which they were trailing and came back to win. But the largest deficit from which they've made a comeback was 4 runs down. That is Crisp, the runner at first. Into shallow center and caught by Sean Figgins. Now to the 9th inning. And one last call for the big hitters in the Angels batting order. Cabrera and Guerrero will be coming up.
Taco John's presents Whiplash in Los Burritos Amigos.
There were 3 amigos, and each liked a different burrito. The handsome one preferred the super burrito with seasoned beef and beans. The quiet one, he loved the crunchy chicken and potato burrito. And the strong one liked the grilled burrito with marinated steak. It was big and bold, like him. Different tastes, yes, but all 3 amigos agree. The drive-up girl was cute, and the West Mex flavor tasty at Taco John's.
Mike Pace here for Powerball with a reminder that you can add the Power Play option to your Powerball ticket for just $1 more. That means your prize could be doubled, tripled,
quadrupled,
or if you're really lucky, you can get me. I can quintuple your prize.
You're really lucky you can get me.
You got a problem?
Yeah!
Buy the Power Play option. It makes Powerball even more exciting.
Woohoo!
World Series of Darts and the World Series of Poker, Tuesday starting at 7 on ESPN.
Sports Center coming up right after the ball game. Stay tuned for that. We're at Fenway Park, where the Angels have a 10-4 lead over the Boston Red Sox. Gabe Kapler has come on to play left field, replacing Manny Ramirez, with the Sox way behind. And Rudy Seañez still on the mound for his second inning of work. Maicer Izturis leading it off with Orlando Cabrera and Vladimir Guerrero on deck. The Angels, who scored early and often against Curt Schilling, including a 3-home run third inning rally, then got 4 runs against the Boston bullpen to open it up big time in the 6th inning. So Maicer Izturis, and he's had a big game, 2 doubles, 2 batted in. Been in the middle of a couple of rallies for them. John Lackey went the first 6 for the Angels, a guy who had never beaten the Red Sox in his career. And for the Angels, they've been getting punched around at Fenway for several years. This has been a nightmare waiting to happen every time they come to Fenway, and yesterday was more of the same. They always hold their leads late in games, but yesterday they gave it up. But tonight, with a win, they will have taken 2 out of 3, and John Lackey will finally get a win against the Red Sox, and he's standing by down just outside the Angels dugout with Bonnie Bernstein.
John, it kind of looked like Boston was starting to mount a comeback in the 4th. Talk to me about how you got out of that jam and settled down in the next 2 innings.
It was kind of a struggle all night. They got a great offensive team over there, and I just kind of did just enough, made just enough pitches tonight, and most credits, all the credit pretty much has to go to our offense tonight.
I know it's no surprise to you, but Poppy and Manny have had a certain degree of success against you in years past. Give me a report card on how you think you threw against them tonight.
My leg doesn't feel so good on the first one to Manny.
You're gonna have a nice bruise there.
Yeah, definitely. They're both great hitters. You try to get the guys out in front of them so they can't hurt you too much.
Talk to me about the higher level of confidence and the different mindset you have on the mound now compared to last year.
I've had some success at the second half last year, and had a pretty good year so far this year. So it definitely gives you confidence, and I feel like I can compete pretty much anywhere.
Pretty comfortable calling yourself the ace?
I'm not going to go there. We got some pretty good pitchers.
I didn't think you would. I figured I'd just try. John, thanks.
No problem.
John, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bonnie, and many thanks to John Lackey for coming on live from the runway just outside the clubhouse here inside Fenway Park, as Cabrera rips one. Hits the left field wall. Kapler throws in, and now the throw back to second base, not in time, and he came off the bag and he's out. He was called safe, but then came off the bag with that pop-up slide and popped up and right off the bag apparently. And Mike Sosa is going to come out and question that call by Bob Davidson.
Well, we've got the controversy on the pop-up slide again. We talked about it earlier on arriving at the bag in time because your leg bends and doesn't get you to the bag. But here, Gabe Kapler takes this carom and decides to go towards third base. Good job getting that feed over to Cora. And popping up off, Cora holds the tag on the upper body of Cabrera. Let's take a look here. He's out right there and out with the switching of the feet.
Vladimir Guerrero now, and he fouls one with a mighty cut back under the rooftop at Fenway. 0-1. Vlad has singled home a run. He's hit a spectacular home run completely out of Fenway Park, and since then has grounded out to third, and on a broken back, a ground ball off the glove of the pitcher to the shortstop. Runner at third, 1 out in the 9th. Seañez, look at that pitch, about ankle high.
He hit anything,
and he scorched it. He's tourist back to third.
I tell you, face Vladimir Guerrero and somebody will say, well, how would you get him out? I had to face him a couple of different times. I'll tell you what, he was one of the hardest guys to pitch to, because when you make good pitches, he still gets the meat of the bat on the ball.
0-2 to Vlad. Ooh, look at that. Strike 3. Good breaking ball from Seañez. 1 down, or rather 2 down now, although 2 hits started the inning. Cabrera came off the bag at second. Garrett Anderson coming up. Sports Center right after the game. And a whole lot of trade deadline ruminations, rumors, and of course the recap of the trades that were made today. The Red Sox made a trade today as they acquired right-hander Brian Corey from the Texas Rangers for right-hander Luis Mendoza. Corey, who got into 16 games in the big leagues for the Rangers this year, splitting the year between the minor leagues and the big leagues, and was pitching pretty well, apparently, according to his numbers. Garrett Anderson to second, Alex Cora, and that's the inning. Last chance for the Red Sox, top of the order. Youkilis, Cora, and David Ortiz coming up.
Let me guess, more Albert Pujols stuff?
He's the best.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
What am I, chopped liver? I hit 714 home runs.
Come on, the Wizard of Oz stole 580 bases.
In my day, we didn't have bases. We had rocks.
What?
Hey, I played in 2,632 straight games.
Well, I ate 2,632 hot dogs. Can I get an amen from the bobbleheads?
DHL and MLB give you the chance to vote for your team's greatest. It's Hometown Heroes. Go to MLB.com now.
The Audi Q7, the SUV from the creator of Quattro.
Don't bounce all over the place looking for a deal. Just hit Motel6.com, the best place for the best rates. High score. Motel6.com. We'll leave the light on for you.
Baby Ruth is the candy bar for baseball guys. Guys who like peanuts, nougat, and caramel every bit as much as a grand slam. And if you're a woman who likes that stuff, want to go to a ball game? Baby Ruth from Nestle, official candy bar of Major League Baseball.
Big time. Lil John delivers. Oh, yeah.
Every time the beat drop.
212, I sweep the awards next year.
I'm with that.
I holla, man.
Every time the beat drop.
Well, it's been a bad night for the Red Sox here. The Angels, who have been getting lit up at Fenway Park for several years, are now 3 outs away from having taken this series from Boston. 2 out of 3. And Kevin Gregg comes on to pitch now in relief of Brendan Donnelly, who pitched 2 hitless innings, hitless and scoreless. See Gregg's numbers.
Kevin Gregg, a hard worker down there in this Angel bullpen, only 22 games this year, but that fastball, split finger, and cutter, good resources for Mike Scioscia to draw on.
It's funny, he gets a lot of strikeouts, almost 1 per inning, but he gives up a huge amount of hits.
And it's good stuff when it's down, and when it's hanging, pretty easy to hit.
That's too far down. Taken for ball 1 by Kevin Youkilis, who is 1 for 4 in the game. The Red Sox will engage the Cleveland Indians starting tomorrow night here at Fenway, which game will be seen on ESPN and ESPN HD starting at 7 o'clock. I'm sure that's Dave O'Brien and Rick Sutcliffe to bring it to you.
For sure.
Along with Aaron Andrews. It'll be tomorrow night. Cleveland and Boston from Fenway Park. The Red Sox, they're not losing a lot, but they're not winning a lot lately. They're just kind of muddling along, and the Yankees are right there with them. With a loss tonight, Boston will finish the night only a half game ahead of the Yankees in the American League East. David Wells will rejoin them tomorrow night from the disabled list. And Kyle Snyder's scheduled on Tuesday, and he's a guy who has not pitched that well as stopgap measures. ERA is above 7.
One of the ways, John, to progress from a big leaguer to a big league winner to an elite pitcher in the big leagues is to win and do just enough when you don't have your best stuff. And John Lackey tonight, we saw in our interview with Bonnie, didn't have his best stuff, but when he needed it, he had the good breaking ball working and hit some good locations and had just enough tonight to get through. And I'll tell you, moving from normal winner to ace and elite, he is making that progression very, very well.
And an off night for Curt Schilling, who was hoping to become the first 14-game winner, and the Red Sox and their fans were hoping that he would too in the majors. Roy Halladay did not win his 14th today in Oakland for Toronto. The Athletics made a come-from-behind victory in that game.
Josh Beckett, his teammate, will have the next shot to become the 14-game winner.
And so kind of been an interesting weekend here at Fenway with these two teams going at each other, teams that could be facing off in October.
Well, just the momentum shift today with the Yankees winning, the Yankees acquiring Abreu and Corey Lytle, and Boston losing and making a deal for a well-traveled pitcher who had been designated for assignment by the Texas Rangers. You'd have to say that this day in infamy will go down as a Yankee day.
So the Yankees, who got a win today from Mike Messina, who won his 13th.
And pitched outstanding.
Messina has been a savior, really, for that Yankee staff.
Well, the struggles of Randy Johnson, the emergence of Chien-Ming Wang, and then Jarrett Wright has filled in at times and done well.
Chien-Ming Wang and Mike Messina have been to the Yankees, what Beckett and Schilling have been to the Red Sox.
For sure. And you expected it to be Johnson and Messina. And if Randy Johnson can get himself back on the beam, which he's been there and done well, but his last outing was very rocky.
0-1 David Ortiz, and what a difference a day makes. Yesterday, Poppy hit a home run in the 8th inning with his club down 6-3, and that started a rally that tied the game, and then he won the game with his 11th inning base hit. Now he's batting, and the best he can hope to achieve is just to keep the game going a little while longer. 2 down, nobody on. And that's ball 1 to Ortiz. Ortiz, who last week in a game against Kansas City laid down a bunt and beat it out. And then yesterday, with shortstop wide open, the possible winning run at second base, he took an inside pitch and just flicked it right through that open hole at shortstop. You see the third baseman's over there now, but
well, some would debate the shift when a ground ball single will beat you, but in a key situation, no.
Strike 3, and the ball game is over. So the Angels come in here, and similar to their Oakland adversaries, they win a series at Fenway. Oakland earlier won 3 out of 4 here at Fenway. The Angels come into what has been a house of horrors for them and win 2 out of 3. John Lackey with his 10th win, the first he has ever had against the Red Sox.
Well, the baseball probabilities came through. Curt Schilling 8-0 here at Fenway, and John Lackey 0 for 8, but wins it.
Yeah. So 10-4 Angels. SportsCenter is next, and we'll see you next Sunday night from Shea Stadium, the Mets and the Phillies. Now for Oral Hershiser and Bonnie Bernstein and my partner John Miller, for Joe Morgan, my partner, saying good night from Boston.
Utley has a 31-game hitting streak.
This is SportsCenter.
See ya! Second time he visits the upper deck.
The Yankees land Bobby Abreu, but will he get the Bombers to the postseason? And which big name will be moved next? Bruce Sutter finally makes it to Cooperstown. See how a few aces with plans to join him looked on Sunday. And on the field before a whole lot of people thought possible. Big Ben's big day and how the Saints are making room for Reggie. It's on.